Eita Francis Bart JTG ZFM Namakwa Eita Pixley Kaisaka Seme ZFM Namakwa na Francis Bart Eita Aye Satu aye. Thank you very much, comrades. We are cautious of the time. I tried my level best to exercise the benevolence to accommodate JTG to be part of conference in full complement. We are still optimistic that they will get to settle. But because in 2024 we went to Congress and we have adopted the Constitution, and among other things, it was a time frame for meetings. And this particular meeting is no exception. We are 10 minutes before that. If we fail in 10 minutes, that's one thing that is undesirable. We don't want it on suited knee. With that said, comrades, I'm going to request plenary to get on its feet as we invite Francis Bart to lead us with a national anthem. And thereafter, we will request humbly ZFM to lead us with the solidarity. So we start transactioning the third Quadrennial Provincial Conference of SADTU in the Northern Cape, as we all get to our feet, comrades, respectfully so. Now, let us stand on our feet, gentlemen, to take off the heads in respect of the national anthem. Laat ons onze kep en hoede op onze koppen uitkry. Dan kan ons die... Comrades, I have a vertical view. Those who are doing geographies, it would not, what would it be? What autoto? It's a geography, what's the concept, geography teachers? An aerial view, is it an aerial view? Yeah, I have an advantage of an aerial view, so I can see gentlemen who have not yet taken off. But by the look of things, thanks for complying. Francis Bart, we are on your hands, our leaders. Sechaba sa Yesu ufedise tintwane matswenge sebuluke sechaba sa Yesu sechaba sa South Africa. South Africa. Hey, die Blue van onze Jemen. Hey, die diepte van ons Waar was die Kreuze antwort sound the call to come together Mandla. While we are still standing, comrades, let's invite Solin Tlang, Fatman Grau, to lead us with the solidarity.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. When the union inspirates through the world.
But children, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong.
Solidarity.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. It is we who plow the parish, build the cities that they trade, drag their mines and build the workshop, endless miles and roadless raid. Now we stand outcast and starving, missed wonders we have made, so the union makes us strong.
Solidarity.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. But at the
union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. But the union makes us strong. All the world that opened, idlers and it is ours not to shake it, not to master and alone. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
Mandla. Thank you very much, comrades. We can settle Makawane. Thank you very much. As we settle, we can confidently indicate that we have met before 3 minutes to 11, that in our commencement of this meeting, we have satisfied in the early stages the constitution of SADTU. Comrades, we are going to invite the John Taolo Khaitsewe to lead us with a revolutionary song. It's a region very close to us, like all of us. So we were worried when they were not in full complement.
Viva ANC SADTU SADTU Sanko Viva! Viva SADTU Northern Cape Viva! Eita Francis Bard Eita! Eita John Taulo ICW Eita! Eita ZFM Eita! Eita Namakwa Eita! Eita Pixley Kaisaka Seme Eita! Mandla! Aye, ye Northern Cape, aye, ye! Thank you very much, comrades. I got to be worried at some point that I saw some cards flying there. And from PC members. I had to calm the situation and allow comrades to sing. The PC are the conveners of this provincial conference. So among other things, they cannot raise order, unfortunately. Comrades, thank you very much. We are acknowledging the leadership of the sector. We are acknowledging the NOB. We are acknowledging the National Working Committee that is here. We are acknowledging the social partners and business people that are here. We are also acknowledging the presence of all the regions ROP. The proper acknowledgement will be done at the right time. But as we start in transacting this provincial conference, may I acknowledge that we noted and acknowledge your presence. Comrades, we are welcoming you as the Provincial Executive Committee to the Northern Cape 3rd Quadrennial Provincial Conference in 2026 in the capital of the Northern Cape, Kimberley. The apology on why we are not in Kuruman will be clarified by Secretariat at the right time. But where you are in Kimberley, the capital city of the Northern Cape. We did the right thing at the time. We have received the national anthem. And in the tradition, practice, and culture of this union, we start in that note because this organization, we constantly say we found it here, and we appreciate those who have shed blood. And we do so when we sing the national anthem. We also, because of our character, looking into the emblem of the union, that we are internationalist in character. We also sang the solidarity, and we did so singing it as we sang it, appreciating and acknowledging that we are part of the global working force of this world. We also acknowledge the importance of singing internationally, which gives a whole lot of what we are as the working class. Comrades, you are, like I've said, in Kimberley, a town named after the discovery and introduction of street lights, a town that the working bourgeoisie at the time, not the working bourgeoisie, but the bourgeoisie that identified and discovered the value of the precious metals that we have. They saw it fit that they must work, and it must be worked for 24 hours. Then they remembered that in order for them to do so, they need enough light. Those who understand history and those who teach us history will assist us in understanding that this name Kimberley comes from not an African name. And out of the discovery of these lights that we are speaking to ensure that there's what we call shifts in mine. And those shifts ensured that the extraction does not stop. Predominantly, leaders, you are in Kimberley, the town which this name of Kimberley, after the discovery, they referred it to time manning. And time manning, you would understand that is predominantly the populace of Kimberley was Botswana-speaking people. As a result, that's how the name came up and the economical element of it. As we appreciate that, comrades, we are equally in Francesbaard, the district of the Northern Cape that is hosting us. Francesbaard, history will teach us that she's one of the very tough trade unionists of all times. a female in particular, Frances Goitsimang Bart. So there's a region where we are, and that's where we are convening to make an assessment of the work done since 2022. Comments will be short. You are just about 5 to 7 kilometers out of the capital to Engedi. I made a reference of Engedi the last time, but I would wish to also make it's important that Engedi, its meaning, its reference, speaks to a spring of a young goat. It has some Hebrew roots in it. And its extension or extended definition refers and makes mention of spring, a fountain, and a modern attraction. Probably 3 critical things or concepts that we need to, when we have time, dwell and put our thought into it. That what then springs? What is that? That is a fountain. And what is that? That is of a modern attraction. So all of these 3 elements is important to consider. So the working class and workers of the mind convened here. They don't just convene. Preoccupation, among other things, is relevance to the time, the date, the meaning of whatever they are coming together to do. Comrades, we wish that this 3rd Quadrennial Conference accede to the definition meaning of these particular indications of what Engedi then refers to. We are welcoming all of you from the staff, from the social partners and business partners, the entire mass democratic movement, the media personnel that is here, the Provincial Working Committee, the Provincial Executive Committee that is convening this 3rd Quadrennial meeting. We're welcoming the regional office bearers that are here. Particularly, we are welcoming branch delegates who would find themselves here out of a natural constitutional processes of the Constitution and of the Union that would have led for your presence to be here. We are welcoming a total of 95 voting delegates. As a province that is hosting, comparative to all the provinces that had their own 3rd Quadrennial meetings, fairly, ourselves as the Northern Cape, we've equally grew in the number of delegates and in membership. In 2022, just a quick reference, when we convened in Pixlika Isaka Seme in the Still, the total membership of the conference was 87. As we are convening here, we are convening this conference with 95 delegates. A clear indicator that this province can be counted among the others on growth that we believe as a collective is not only quantitative, but where is a growth of educators, professionals, and revolutionary professionals in particular. It's not only quantitative, but it's also a qualitative growth, and we are taking note of that. Comrades, we need to understand where we are coming from and need to also understand where we are, and we also need to understand where we are going. Back in the day in 2014, the National Conference at the time resolved, when it was speaking to this, that we adopted and resolved on tools that we need to use when analyzing these elements of where we are from, where we are going, and adopted the Marxist-Leninist tools of analysis. And we do so because where we are could be an uncharted, if you like, last remains of a revolution leading into another revolution. In 2022, when we met under a mandate on the 2nd Quadrennial Provincial Conference, on a mandate of the last, at the time, theme
of the Congress that indicated that, I quote, "We claim our right to have our human dignity and safety protected and respected in pursuit of a decolonized quality public education." When we started office, that was the mandate. And while in office, and as we are meeting here today in Engedi, in Kimberley, in the districts of Huisimang, Francis Bart, we are mandated by the 10th Congress that among the work that we need to do, and our theme, is to ensure, I open quote, that we mobilize. And when we mobilize, we must mobilize the consciousness. And after we've mobilized, we must unite those revolutionary professionals. And as we do so, we will be able to strengthen the foundational learning, functional skills in advancing an inclusive, sustainable economic growth in a pursuance of a socialist society. We all carry that particular responsibility as we wage ahead in great consideration, comrades, that where we are, and this conference must activate the resilience in each and every one of us as revolutionary professionals. We are welcoming you, all of you, into this highest decision-making body in the province, which the PEC in between conferences will be the highest decision-making body. A whole lot have been said in ZFM when they meet and they start their programs. In significant thing or sentiments, they say this is the day that the Lord has made and we'll cherish in it and we'll embrace it. A whole lot has been done, said, the day has arrived. What needs to be activated is a professional revolutionary in each and every one of us. We will consider where we are in the profession, in the sector, in the province, in the region, in the country, and in the international world. We expected, as branches have sent you here, to generate solutions for the sector, to generate solutions for the revolution, for where we are finding ourselves. Not many of us thought we'll find ourselves here. But when everything has come and said, important is a revolutionary in you. It's a responsibility in you to ensure that this particular conference will be marked by particular variants of a revolutionary, of high discipline, high morale, and will ensure that the battle of ideas reign in this particular meeting. Resilience will be what characterizes us. With that all said, comrades, from the Provincial Working Committee, from the Provincial Executive Committee, we are welcoming you, all of you here, with those remarks. We are at some point going to get the opening address from the provincial chair. With that said, we are moving in inviting the provincial gender convener to ascend and take the podium, as we, all of us, like you would have said as we began and commenced the meeting, that many would have wanted to be here. Many should have been here, but we are the fortunate who are here. So we need to take a page in remembrance the struggles that we are going through, Comrade Gender. We invite Comrade Norma Waterboer to lead in the exercise of candle lighting. Mandla! You are welcome, comrades.
Good morning, comrades. Viva SADTU, viva. Viva. Amandla. I would like to take this opportunity to invite all the regional gender conveners to the front and also our provincial secretary, Comrade Palisa. For the candle lighting ceremony. You can just stand here in front with the candles, comrades. Thank you, Comrade Maura. Yes, you can, each one of you take one. Thank you, comrades. I would just like to tell you about what the candle lighting is going to stand for today. And after that, we can light the candles and ZFM will help us with a song. Okay. I'm just waiting on Pixley. It seems like they are waiting for someone. We do have light. We do have light, comrade. You must just stand with a candle. There is light. With Comrade Namakwa. The first candle stands for hope and resilience. It stands for a flame in the dark that represents a beacon of hope, reminding us that in the bleakest time, a single small light can endure. The second candle stands for remembrance and connection. Lighting a candle is a universal ritual used to honor the dead, keep their memory alive, and feel a spiritual connection with departed loved ones. The third candle stands for peace and mediation. The soft, gentle glow of a candle helps soothe the mind, promote introspection, and relieve stress. The fourth one stands for spiritual presence. In many religions, such as Christianity, Judaism, candles represent the presence of the divine, faith, and enlightenment. Number 5 stands for life and mortality. Because a candle burns and melts away, it symbolizes the fleeting nature of existence and encourages us to appreciate the present moment. And the last candle stands for love and happiness. Lighting of candles are also considered as a symbol of love that will always restore a cozy, warm, and relaxing atmosphere. And that will bring happiness amongst each other and also make you feel good. Now we can light the candles one by one. Then you can put it down, and after that, ZFM will lead us into a nice song. ZFM, you can lead us. No, Comrade Patrick.
Solo bekumnandi namhlanje kuyaluwa sinqanda mayeyeye.
Bandla, comrades, we will try to be economical where we can so that we must make up for the time lost. We wish to invite to the podium, like we indicated, that many of our leaders have been coming in and many have started with us. I think this is a point, and that those who are still to come. Can we afford the Deputy Provincial Secretary the podium to lead with 2 items, apologies and the acknowledgement of the revolutionary guests who are here.
Amandla. Amandla. Viva SADTU, viva. Viva SADTU, viva. Amandla. Yeah, no, thank you, Chairperson of the session. Allow me to indicate to conference that as we deal with the first item, I'm mandated to deal with on the apologies. Safe to say that the Office of the Provincial Secretary did not receive any written apologies, and as such, we present to conference that we noted as such that no apologies were submitted, and therefore, Chairperson, if you allow me, that we move for the acceptance of what we are presenting to conference, that no written apologies were received. So we move.
No, sorry. Comrades, there have not been any written apologies that has been submitted, and the Secretariat cannot present any. Can we have any indication from any branch that says we adopt it as such? Any branch? Any branch that acknowledges that the presentation of apologies is that there's no? I see JTG. JTG, so when we speak, Makawan, because we are on record and it's a provincial conference, you'll stand and indicate that I'm Comrade James Mabota. I'm the Deputy Provincial Chair of SADTU in the Northern Cape. I second. Let us do it as such. It's a good opportunity from Comrade Kura as a teacher to demonstrate. With that, Stuart Voice, my leader, the platform is yours. Thank you very much, Mutibi Start. Is there any branch that is violently opposed to that? We have the apologies, DPS.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Chair, as we move to the next item, we are not going to introduce our guests in a particular order of seniority. We are going to introduce them based on the registration, so that tomorrow we are not in trouble because we will have just mixed up the comrades. Let me start. As and when we introduce you, we'll just request that you greet conference. We start with the Comrade Refilo Kekai, the second convener of Limpopo. We then move to introduce Comrade Opa Budibe, the provincial chairperson of Mpumalanga. Then we have the Comrade Sibongile Kwazi, the Provincial Secretary of the Western Cape. In our midst, we have Comrade Leonie Bezait, the Provincial Manager of ENRC in the Northern Cape. I like the stand up hat. I like that. Then we have Comrade Musa Zulu, the Provincial Chairperson of KZN.
Unite, SADTU, unite.
We have Comrade Refilo Beresi, the PTT Secretary of NASJEP. I think Comrade Siandam Timkulu is busy with the arbitration. We'll introduce him later on when he's here. And we then move to introduce Comrade Thabo Manyike from South African. Is not here. And we have the Provincial Treasurer of Gauteng Province, Comrade Motsame Mabuya.
Viva SADTU, Northern Cape, viva!
In our attendance or in our midst, we have the General Secretary of COSATU, Comrade Soli Petwe. Then we have the President of this union, Comrade Mahupe Mapila. Then we introduce to your good selves the Deputy President of SADTU Ajigelele, Comrade Mabuto Kele. We introduce to your good self the Deputy General Secretary of SADTU, Comrade Nkosana Tolopi. From Northwest, we are accompanied or we are joined by Deputy Provincial Chairperson, Comrade Marope Mutata. Our neighbors, immediate neighbors from the Free State, we have the Provincial Secretary, Comrade Briggs Moloi. This occasion is blessed by the member of the Executive Council from the Northern Cape responsible for education, Comrade Abraham Foslo. We have here from Sayo Holt Nezi Khalani. Not in here. Then we have the CFO of Sayo Holt, Comrade Todani Ramadwela. Not in here. And lastly, comrades from the Academic Forum, we have Fikile Sitole. The other comrades we will introduce as and when we received their names. So thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Also in the academic forum, we have Comrade George Bullets. Comrade Bullets.
Viva SADTU General, viva! Viva! Forward SADTU General, viva! Forward! Forward! Forward SADTU General, forward! Forward!
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Comrade Bullets. Yeah, leaders, you are welcomed. We are having a challenge. We are having a challenge. Nobala John Taulo Khaitsu. The next item is put on a hold because of you lagging behind, my brother. Please assist us. We trust in your leadership that you'll do that expeditiously. Comrades, we are inviting a revolutionary song quickly so that we can get the the register from John Taulo High School so that we can invite the provincial secretary to table.
SADTU, I love you so much. SADTU, I love you so much.
Mandla. Let's give Namakwa quickly. Namakwa, can you assist us with a revolutionary song there quickly, comrades? Namakwoi. As a kitchen girl, my father was a garden boy. That's why I made. I'm a communist, I'm a communist. My mother was a kitchen girl. My father was a garden boy. That's why I'm a communist. I'm a SADTU. I'm a SADTU. That's why I'm a SADTU. That's why I'm a SADTU. That's why I'm a SADTU. I'm a SADTU. I'm a SADTU. That's why I'm a SADTU. That's why I'm a SADTU. That's why I'm a SADTU. Amandla. Mandla. He's in girl. My father was a garden boy. That's why I'm a Mandla. I just want to. The chair is saying I must say this, that we are not struggling with credentials. We are very much a left organization who wants to buy an honorable year, so we are not having a challenge on credentials. It's the submissions of finalizing on one region. Kodwa, we are going to call upon the secretary at a point that she's ready to present it. We refuse as SADTU will never become what other right organizations are going through at a point where we must adopt credentials. As we usher in the provincial secretary, can I invite Pixley Isaka Seme to usher the PS to the podium. Pixley. Let us join, comrades. Let us join. Sawalas. 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 Mandla, there's a song, a revolutionary song that Pixley always sings. And I think we will join nicely on it. Sithethe into enye. Kawusincedise their leadership. Savuma, savuma, sithethe into enye, savuma, 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 sithethe into enye, savuma, savuma, savuma. Sithethe into enye, savuma, savuma, savuma. Sithethe into enye, savuma, savumelana, esavumelana, esavumelana, esavumelana. Esavumelana, esavumelana, etintweni. Esavumelana, 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 etintweni. Esavumelana, esavumelana. Esavumelana, sithethe into enye, esavumelana, 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 esavumelana.
esavumelana, esavumelana, esavumela sithethe into engesa, esavumelana, 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 esavumelana.
Amandla, amandla, amandla. Viva Northern Cape, viva. Viva SADTU, viva. Viva ANC, viva. Viva COSATU, viva. Viva SACP, viva. Ala ala SADTU, ala ala. Yeah, thanks, Chairperson of the session. As I'm presenting the credentials of the third Quadrennial Provincial Conference, I'll stand on the protocol that has already been established. We want to, Chairperson, because these credentials are presented on behalf of the Provincial Executive Committee, we want to
what we should get is to make sure that we are having the right cards. Comrade Julie, leyo right mhlakazi. But I got the sign. Is that we are not hearing. Good. Comrade PS, I think if you can project more, my leader, like a typical yourself. And then what we'll do is just to check with the sound people to assist us.
Can you hear me, ZFM? Amandla. Chairperson, we want to indicate or maybe remind delegates that we'll be presenting these credentials as guided by our SADTU Constitution, Clause 12.2.2, which I'm going to read to the conference, that the provincial conference shall consist of the provincial office bearers, regional office bearers, and one branch delegate for every 200 paid up members or part thereof, provided that each branch shall be entitled to at least one delegate. Having said that, Chairperson, these credentials that we are going to present here were provisionally adopted by the PEC. And the PEC took a decision to use membership stats of December 2025 for the credential of this provincial conference. We also want to indicate that we wrote out a notice to branches on credentials that they qualify for. And in that letter, we indicated that if there's any branch that has a query on the membership that is presented, they must submit their queries before the 15th of May, so that we are allowed to check what is the query and deal with it, but in consultation with the national office. Let's indicate, Chairperson, that we did receive a query from Moshaweng branch on the membership that we presented to them. And indeed, we verified the membership in consultation with National, and we responded, but also clarifying to Moshaweng on their submission, and they accepted the response. We are presenting, Chairperson, the credentials as follows. The order is not in any way, comrades, we've put it in alphabetical order. Francis Bart, and the credentials are on page 21 of book 1. Francis Bart, expected ROBs, it's 8. Present in the conference, it's 8. 4 females and 4 males. Patrick Mpangiso branch, with the membership of 1,425, expected delegates, it's 8. Present in conference, it's 8. 4 females and 4 males. Madiba branch, with the membership of 411, expected delegates is 3. Present in conference is 3. 1 female and 2 males. Pampirstad branch, with membership of 271, expected delegates 2. Present in conference is 2. 1 male and 1 female. Dikhatlong branch, with the membership of 277, expected delegates is 2. Delegates present 2. 1 male, 1 female. The delegation from Francis Bart, total is 23. Present 23. 11 females and 12 males. The second region is John Taulekhaitsewe. We are expecting 8 ROB members. 8 ROB members are in attendance, with 4 females and 4 males. Ronald Mutlanke branch, with membership of 324, expected delegates 2. Present 2, 1 female, 1 male. Postmansberg branch, with membership of 209, expected delegates 2. Present delegates 2, 1 female, 1 male. Moshaweng branch, with membership of 528, expected delegates 3. Present in conference is 3. 1 female and 2 males. Mutibistad branch, with membership of 1,003, expected delegates 6. Present in conference 6. 3 females and 3 males. Total delegates from JTG is 21. With 10 females and 11 males. We're moving to the third region, Namakwa. Expected ROB members 8. Present in conference it's 8. 4 females and 4 males. Central branch, with 121 members. Expected delegates 1. Present in conference is 1. It's a male. Kaima branch, with membership of 80. Expected delegates 1. delegates present 1, and it's a male. Steinrich branch with membership of 44, expected delegates 1, present in conference is 1, and it's a male. Hantam branch with membership of 52, expected delegates 1, present in conference is 1, it's a female. Total delegates from Namakwa it's 12. We have 5 females and 7 males. Pixlika-Semi region, expected ROB members 8, present in conference it's 7, 3 females and 4 males. Priska branch with membership of 66, expected delegates 1, present in conference 1, and it's a male. DR branch with membership of 220, 2 delegates expected, 2 delegates present, 1 female, 1 male. Vic Bridge branch with membership of 146, expected delegates 1, delegates present 1, it's a female. Philpetos with membership of 142, expected delegates 1, present in conference is 1, it's a female. Kohano branch with membership of 174, expected delegates 1, present in conference is 1, it's a female. Siangoma branch with 207 members, expected delegates 2, present in conference 2, 1 female, 1 male. Total delegates from Pixlika-Semi 16, present in conference it's 15, 7 females, 8 males. ZF Mgao region, ZF Mgao region, expected ROB members 8, present in conference 8, 4 males and 4 females. Kakamas branch with 132, expected delegates 1, delegates present 1, it's a female. Keimus branch with membership of 194, expected delegates 1, present in conference 1, it's a female. Uppington branch with membership of 640, expected delegates 4, present in conference 4, 2 females, 2 males. Groblershoop Hope branch with membership of 151, expected delegates 1, present in conference 1, it's a male. Total membership of ZFM is 15, of total delegates is 15, present in conference 15, with 8 females and 7 males. The provincial office bearers, expected it's 8, present in conference it's 8, 4 females and 4 males. We are giving a consolidation of delegates in page 22, and we're presenting it as follows. PWC, expected 8, present 8, 4 females, 4 males. Francis Bard region, expected delegates 23, 23 present, 11 females, 12 males. John Taule Gaetsewe region, expected delegates 21, delegates present 21, 10 females, 11 males. Namakwa region, expected delegates 12, present in conference 12, 5 females, 7 males. Pixley Kasemi region, expected delegates 16, delegates present 15, gender breakdown 7 females and 8 males. ZF Mgau region with 15 delegates expected, 15 in attendance, with 8 females and 7 males. Total number of delegates expected for this provincial conference is 95. Delegates present is 94. Gender breakdown is 45 females and 49 males. We are presenting Chairperson the credentials to plenary. And we are moving for the adoption of the credentials. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provincial Secretary. We, meticulous as it is to detail, is daar iemand wat ongelukkig is? Let's hear Pixley. Can you assist Pixley with the roving mic? Okanye Slalo, you can just with that shop steward voice. Yeah.
Yes, we are having 8 female and 7 male. The crystal branch, we have a female and not male.
So the 15 is correct. You are just correcting the male and female gender aspect of it. It's noted. It's noted. Any other branch? Good shot. Comrades, the secretariat has moved. Can we get a seconder? Can we get a seconding branch? Can we get a seconding branch that says that we've heard? She was quite patient with you, and she gave you a very detailed report of where we are. Can I indulge the hands that says we are fine with that report, good to go, it's right, conference continue. I see Patrick Mpangiso. Let me hear Patrick Mpangiso quickly. You captured that Route 1, Patrick Mpangisho, it's seconding. Any other branch? Anyone who's violently opposed? Angeki Yenzek, not here. Thank you very much, comrades. Can you give yourself a round of applause? Good job. We are doing well. Wonderful. We are moving. We are moving, comrades. Can we invite Francis Bart with a revolutionary song, a short one quickly?
yomkhonto wesizwe ayebulawa mabunwe Afrika isonja yomkhonto wesizwe ayebulawa mabunwe Afrika iyo Solomon isonja yomkhonto wesizwe ayebulawa mabunwe Afrika isonja yomkhonto wesizwe ayebulawa mabunwe Afrika
Thank you very much, comrades. We were just giving the provincial secretary just a minute to get water so that we can move into the next item of the agenda. P.S. we are inviting you to take the conference through with a notice that would have convened us, all of us here.
Amandla. Thanks once more, Chairperson of the session. Comrade delegates, we want to refer you to clause 12.2.3 of the SADTU Constitution as amended in September 2024. And I quote the clause: the provincial conference shall meet at least once every 4 years and shall be convened by the provincial executive committee on written notice to all branches and regions of the date, time, place, and business of conference. I'm referring conference to page 4 of book 1. And we must indicate, Chairperson, that we will be presenting 2 notices convening this provincial conference as per the requirements or the prescript of the Constitution. We released a notice on the 5th of May 2026 to all structures as stipulated in the Constitution. And the notice convening the 3rd Quadrennial Provincial Conference reads as follows. Dear comrades, please be advised that the SADTU Northern Cape's 3rd Quadrennial Provincial Conference will be held from the 4th to the 6th of June 2026 at the venue and time to be confirmed. And we drew our structures and members to the clauses in the Constitution, clause 12.2.1, which deals with the quorum of the conference. We also referred structures to clause 12.2.2, which indicates who must be attending the provincial conference. We also referred the comrades to clause 12.2.3, which is now the requirements of the notice. We We must indicate, Chairperson, that the notice that we are presenting on the 5th of May was sent to all structures as per the constitutional prescripts. It indicated the date of the conference and the business of conference on clause 12.2.4 on page 5. Subsequent to that, we issued the second notice as we indicated in the first notice that the venue and time will be confirmed. On the 27th of May 2026, we issued the notice confirming the venue and time of conference, and the conference time was 10, the place Kimberley at Nkedi. So we are presenting the two notices, Chairperson, to conference for noting and acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. The notices have been presented. I need a branch that can stand and say, oh, now we have received it, and as a result, we are seconding its receipt. I see at the back, I think that's Uppington. The platform is yours, my leader.
Thank you, Chairperson. I, Uppington Branch Chairperson, and Litigation, we accept.
Thank you very much, Slalo. Thank you very much. Is there a branch that is saying, Tina, le rona and ons re utlwile mo strateng? Any branch that is opposed? None. Not here. We are moving very well. Can I invite the Secretary once more to deal with the next item that will allow us to adopt the agenda for the 3 days. PS.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the notice that we've just presented and that has been adopted by conference, there was an agenda attached. We are now in conference and we want to present the agenda that we are going to deal with as the program of the conference. And that program is found on page 7 and 8 of book 1. We are presenting, Chairperson, to the Northern Cape 3rd Quadrennial Provincial Conference, the agenda as presented, or the program as presented on page 7 and 8. But we want to plead with conference for their indulgence when we deal with 11.1. That the election procedure on the agenda, it appears once, but delegates would understand that that procedure is an ongoing procedure. So every time when the electoral officer needs to come to the podium and present a report of elections, conference should allow that and not say it was only on number 11 and we adopted the agenda as such. It's a procedure, a continuous one, and then we request that conference in adopting must adopt with that flexibility. We are presenting this program, Chairperson, for adoption, and we are so moving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PS. We're doing well. The agenda for the 3 days is being presented. We have long been in receipt of it. The Secretariat to the PS have presented it. Can I get an indication of saying we accept with the necessary flexibility that will be there, obviously? Can I hear the 3rd Quad of Northern Cape speaking to it? Comrades, Matkawan, can we speak? So we've sent it to you. You've received it. In the process and culture of the organization, you know we must adopt it, that there's a program, and we'll follow it with the necessary flexibility. Can I see the boards? Thank you very much. I think it's Dikhatlong. I see Namakwa at the back. Dikhatlong. Thank you very much, Branch Secretary. Dikhatlong adopts with flexibility. And all of us, right? And all of us, wonderful. Comrades, we are going to take a revolutionary song quickly, and then we get to the next item. Which region has not sang? ZFM, they were here. Let's give it to Pixley once again. Pixley, can you assist us leadership with a revolutionary song? Sihlalo dukuthembile kandiphoqi. Pixley, our host. Uzokale basuka siwelelema yawo siwelelema uzokale basuka siwelelema sisifikile thina abana bonke sekuzokale basuka presentations of those. Amandla. Comrades, one thing that we must save ourselves from as teachers who are teaching life orientation, life skills and everything. There's no teacher who's not a life skills teacher, let alone a life orientation teacher. Among ourselves, or what we are able to do is being very energetic. We started well. We cannot allow the mood to dwindle down, right? We've given the PS, because all the other last two is what she's presenting. Very capable. We weren't just giving her just a water break and then we come again. So PS, we are inviting you to the podium to present the standing committees for the conference.
Mandla. Viva Namakwa, viva. Viva Pixley, viva. Viva JTG, viva. Viva Francis Bart, viva. Viva ZF Ngau, viva. Chairperson, we are presenting once more the conference standing committees. And we're presenting 9 committees for the success of this provincial conference. We are having the Emergency Control Committee. We are having the Registration Committee with the structures and members of PEC responsible as outlined under each and every committee. We are having the management of session committee, the logistics committee, the resolutions committee, the credentials committee, the minutes committee, health and wellness committee, and the commissions committee. And we are presenting these standing committees, Chairperson, for adoption by the conference, and we so move. Thank you.
The standing committees for this conference have been presented. Can we get a seconder? A seconder, comrades. Can I see the boards quickly? I see JTG, I see ZFM, JTG, shoot. Thank you very much, Comrade Tusho Masilo, seconding. ZFM, right, wonderful. Anyone who is opposed? None. Thank you very much. PS, we have the standing committees for the conference for the upcoming 3 days. Next one.
On page 9, delegates to conference, we are presenting the provincial conference rules. And we want to indicate that the rules of procedure shall be read in line with the SADTU constitution. And on this one, we are going to present them verbatim. We want to indicate to conference that we are presenting as the Provincial Executive Committee the following rules and procedures to be adopted by conference. When we adopted these rules and procedure, they will govern the proceedings of provincial conference and are binding on all provincial conference delegates and guests. Number 2, meeting procedures. The chairperson shall oversee the conference. All speakers shall address the chairperson. The chairperson allow debate and discussion at his or her discretion. The conference may move a motion of no confidence against the chairperson. The chairperson shall be responsible for the meeting and conduct of delegates, and he shall carry out its business and shall ensure order in the meeting. On the procedure to speak, all delegates shall indicate in order to speak, to be noted. The chairperson shall allow for an even distribution of speakers on any topic. Points of order shall be indicated by showing the red card. Clarity shall be indicated by showing the yellow card. The right to speak shall be indicated by the green card. Additions and follow-ups shall be allowed at the discretion of the chairperson. No interjections, interruptions, or other forms of intimidation shall be permitted. On the motions, all motions shall be presented in writing and shall indicate the mover and the seconder. The mover of any motion shall be allowed to speak twice, once to propose the motion and again at the end of the debate. Other speakers shall be allowed only one opportunity to speak. Any amendments to a motion must be approved by the proposer and the seconder. On identification text, all those accredited to attend the provincial conference shall be issued with identification text which will bear the relevant details. Delegates, both voting and non-voting, shall for the duration of the provincial conference be expected to display their identification to access the provincial conference venue, the commission rooms, accommodation, and dining facilities. All venues and accommodations hired by SADTU Northern Cape will only be accessed by those who are carrying their identification tags. Delegates' responsibility: all delegates shall take their seat prior to the time appointed for commencement of the proceedings. Delegates are required to be punctual and observe all times stipulations. Delegates shall make their contributions in accordance with the agenda and in that manner. All interventions and motions shall be addressed to the chairperson. No howling, hissing, shouting, climbing of chairs, and hacking or any other disruption shall be allowed. There shall be no smoking allowed in the provincial conference proceedings. All cell phones must be switched off during the conference proceedings. No documents may be circulated at the provincial conference without prior approval of the provincial steering committee. The delegates shall not circulate motions from the floor unless presented by the secretariat. Distribution of materials shall be approved by the provincial secretary. The delegates shall not be allowed to wear paraphernalia that will be undermining, insulting, countering the organization, or inciting the delegates. This includes wearing paraphernalia, bearing pictures of current and former SADTU leaders. The delegates shall not be allowed to sing derogatory songs against the union. Delegates are expected to keep the rooms in the same condition they found them. Any cost incurred through breakages at the hotel property will be borne by the relevant delegates and the province. No firearms will be allowed in the provincial conference proceedings unless being carried by authorized security personnel with full accreditation. Dangerous weapons, explosive, intoxicating substances are strictly prohibited in the provincial conference proceedings. All delegates experiencing coughing, fever, headache, and shortness of breath must report to the Health and Safety Committee. Chairperson, we must indicate that we are reading this conference rules in conjunction with the protocols that is from page 11 of the document during the elective conference. We did circulate this protocol to all structures on conducting themselves during conferences, congresses, and equivalent other relevant meetings. And we must indicate, comrades, delegates, that these protocols are adopted by the NEC. And when the higher structure has taken a decision, the lower structures implement and abide. The protocol for conduct during elective conferences, as I indicated, Chairperson, it's a long document, but we did send it to all structures. It indicates what is the purpose of this document. It indicates the constitutional foundation, democratic centralism, unity and discipline, the scope of the protocol. It also clarifies the definitions that have been utilized in the protocol. It indicates who we are and why do we elect leaders. It also deals with eligibility to stand for elections and core rules convening, credentials, delegates, and nominations. The protocol is from page 11 to page 18 of the document. We want to present these rules with the protocol that is already been adopted by the NEC for conference for adoption, and we are moving, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, PS. The presentation of the rules has been presented, and we are here. And we have been cordial, very respectful for the processes and protocol. Thank you very much, PEC and PwC, for your leadership. We have been able to demonstrate that indeed we are a unitary organization. What the NEC have decided, we align ourselves to that. Can you give yourself a round of applause, delegates? Thank you very much, PS. Thanks a lot for the presentation. We're inviting the seconding of, so that it must be on record. I see Uppington, Comrade Rudy, the platform is yours, my leader.
Good morning, leadership. Comrades, my name is Rudy from Uppington Gardens. I hereby move to support the acceptance of the rules and procedures for the third Quadrennial meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Comrade Rudy. Any branch that is opposing? My maths lit teacher at the back there was saying that to ease it, I must just advise conference to say, just say third quart of the Northern Cape. Uchilo must, yeah, so if you feel that is going to be long, just say third quart, mathematical, you'll get there. Thank you very much, PS. Comrades, with a revolutionary song that has krach, and that demonstrate on some mach and power, we are going to invite the assigned and designated National Working Committee leader to take us through the next item. Thank you very much. Can we be assisted with a revolutionary song, comrades?
Viva SADTU, viva! Viva SADTU, viva! Viva SADTU, viva! Viva SADTU, viva! Viva the ANC, viva! Are you winning ANC? On November, are you winning? Amanda! Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to yourself. Greetings to the Provincial Chair and the Provincial Secretary, members of the Provincial Working Committee. Must also greet the President of the Union, Comrade Mahope Mapila. Also greet the Deputy General Secretary, Comrade Nkosana Dolopi. Those are the members of the NWC I have seen. Great members of the NEC from various provinces who are here, members of the PWC committees from provinces that are here, members of the media from the National Office of SADTU, PEC members, Northern Cape, regional leaders, branch leaders, site stewards, our guests, our strategic partners, we extend our warm and revolutionary greetings from Metigwani House. I'm here deployed on behalf of the National Working Committee to present and outline and also assist in conducting one of the items of the provincial conference. It is one of the items amongst many, because I think it's very important, President, to emphasize that elections is not the item of the conference, is one amongst many. I therefore wish to refer the conference to the SADTU Constitution as amended in 2024. You might have not been provided with copies, hard copies, but I know that you do have soft copies as teachers. So you can actually open your soft copies. If I'm not mistaken, it is there in the website of the organization. I'm going to guide conference in terms of the Constitution, clause or Article 15 of the Constitution, together with the protocols as presented by the Provincial Secretary and adopted by conference. Well, maybe not actually adopted, but noted by the conference, because the protocols were adopted by the NSC. Protocols are important in order to ensure that there is credibility in our processes. They are also important to protect the dignity of the organization as to how we conduct ourselves during and towards provincial conferences, particularly the social media. I'm tempted to emphasize this one, comrades. If there is something that is killing our instruments of struggling, our organizations, is the social media. You may not sing the song that SADTU, I love you, but also put things that will actually destroy the very same organization that you say you love. So we want to appeal, comrades. I want to emphasize this upfront, as I've been doing in other provinces. I will also emphasize it as we go along. Whatever that happens during the election process, we appeal to you, comrades, that we don't put it on social media before the final announcement, which is going to be on the last day. So whatever processes, pictures, you know, you don't do that. In one province, there was no contestation. I'm just making an example, comrades. I'm not implying anything. There was no contestation on day one around the afternoon, but already on the social media, it was there, the newly elected leadership of a particular provinces and what have you. And that was wrong, because the result had not been announced properly. You can only do that after the results will have been announced properly. properly at the end of the conference. I think there is an item towards the end, if not last but 3 of the items, I may not be sure, or in terms of the program. So that's the request I wanted to make. Now, we are therefore, I'm going to read the Constitution 15.1, which says elections under normal elective requirements and circumstances. The election of office bearers. 15.1.1, all members of the union in good standing shall have the right to stand for any leadership position within the union, provided that they have served the union as a member or a leader as specified below. I do want to emphasize this part of a member in good standing, because it was also raised in one of the provinces. For example, if you are suspended, I'm still going to read in the Constitution, if you are suspended by the organization, whether the process to deal with your suspension has been completed or not, you might have been precautionary suspended. Well, in terms of the South African Constitution, you are innocent until proven otherwise. But for this purpose, in terms of the SADTU Constitution, you are not in good standing if you are suspended, precautionary suspended. It does not mean that you are guilty. In no way that we are saying you are guilty if you are under precautionary suspension. But in terms of this process, in terms of the SADTU Constitution, you are not in good standing. I will then go straight to D of 15.1.1. It says, in terms of the PWC, you must have served one item as an ROB, provided a full term of office is served. It means that if you are not a PWC, you are from a branch, you are nominated by a branch. For you to qualify, to contest, or to stand for election, you must have served a full term as an ROB. And a full term means from one RTGM to another RTGM. That's a full term. I think it's very important that we emphasize that. Then I move to 15.1.2, which is the candidate nomination. At least what I would have said earlier when I start is that I'm going to explain these steps step by step in phases. I'm not going to explain the entire process up to the end so that we follow together or we go together as conference. Now, I'm moving to 15.1.2, the opening and closure of nomination. In accordance with the provisions of this Constitution, the nomination of candidates shall be by the relevant structure. In this instance, a relevant structure is the branch. So the nomination of candidates will be by branches. I think the secretary demonstrated that when presenting credentials, because he presented credentials per branch to indicate that it's a conference of branches, obviously under leadership of some kind. So branches are the ones that must nominate as structures, not individuals. It is only at the level of the BTGM, at the level of the site where you nominate as an individual. At the level of the BTGM, you also nominate as a site, as a structure. Nominations shall be opened on dates and times determined by the relevant structural executive committee. The electing structure shall be entitled to close the nominations. At some point, I'm going to call the provincial secretary as a person who keeps records of decisions of the organization to come and tell conference at what time as the PEC they will have decided that nominations shall be opened. She must then come and tell us to say, in terms of the PEC decisions, nominations are opened at this time or were opened at a particular time. Then this structure, the conference, must then decide at what time nominations are going to be closed. When we deal with the closing of the nominations, I'm also going to request the chairperson to facilitate that aspect. C, only members in good standing may be nominated. I have covered that. Any member under suspension may not be nominated until suspension is lifted by the authorized structure of the union. I have covered that. Now, branches are going to receive nomination forms. You must get one nomination form as a branch per position. So you will get one nomination form for the position of the chair, one nomination form for the deputy secretary, treasurer, education, sports, and gender. So you will get 8 pages, each for a particular position as a branch. In the form on top, I must explain this because I must not take for granted that it will be understood. I'm saying that from experience from other provinces. At the top, you will write name of the nominee. So a nominee is the person that you are nominating for that particular position. So there you can write Mahope Mapila if you want to nominate him as the provincial chair. This one is a form for the provincial chairperson. Then the nominating branch must write its name. You write your name there. As a nominating branch, you write Metuguniwe branch. That is where Mahope Mapila is coming from. Then there is a section on the form where the branch secretary or the branch chairperson or a designated person must sign. It's not a given that a branch secretary is a delegate. It's not a given that a branch chairperson is a delegate. A delegate could be a site steward, could be just a member of the organization, because delegates are elected in structural meetings. So the meetings may decide. So that person who is designated or delegated by the branch to lead this process administratively, so that person will append his or her signature. Then the nominating branch will take the nomination form to another branch to second their nomination. So you must have a branch that seconds your nomination. So you must take it to that branch. That branch must do the same thing. You write the name of the branch, then the person who is authorized to sign signs. If there is no seconding branch, the nomination form becomes invalid. Then once you have done that, you take the form to the person you are nominating. So you will take this form to Mahope Mapila as a person that you are nominating. There are questions that you must respond to. One, are you in good standing? There is option of yes or no. You must indicate yes or no. Have you served one full term as an ROP? in brackets PWC, indicate yes or no. Do you accept the nomination? Yes or no. Then after that you sign. So now if there is no signature of the nominee, the form becomes invalid. You must also indicate acceptance of the nomination. So you will do that in all the 8 nomination forms. And once that is done, then nomination forms are going to be submitted to the electoral office. And I just want to request for administrative purposes. It's not supposed to be like that, but for administrative purposes, regional secretaries to come and collect the nomination forms. Regional secretaries will come to the reception area, collect the nomination forms, then distribute it to branches. Then branches will fill in the nomination form. Material conditions allowing, the regional secretary may collect the nomination forms and submit on behalf of the region. However, if the branch feels we want to submit our nomination forms on our own, the branch is free to do that. Here's one. It's a conference of branches. So when it comes to collection of the nomination form, I request regional secretaries. It's just for administration purposes. But for submitting, it must be the regional secretary if you agree. But if the branch feels no, we want to submit our own, they are free to do so. As you nominate, you consider the gender policy of the union of 50-50. Because once the conference take a decision on who will lead the organization in the next 4 years, it must comply with that 50-50 policy of the union. So the nominations will then be submitted to the electoral officer. Then on closure of the nominations, the electoral officer will screen all received forms in order to test validity. I want to repeat this. A nomination form shall be deemed invalid unless the nominee has indicated his or her acceptance of nomination by completing the relevant section of the nomination form, or the nominee has submitted a letter indicating acceptance. It might happen that a branch will want to nominate somebody who is not in the conference, somebody who is not a delegate to the conference. The branch must then submit the nomination form together with a proxy letter. There must be a letter written by that person to say, I accept the nomination forms and here are my contact details. So that as the electoral office or electoral college, we can then be able to call that person to confirm his or her availability. So the conference is free, is at liberty to nominate somebody who is not present, as long as there is that letter. The nomination form has been duly signed by the authorized or designated office bearer in that structure, or duly signed by a member in the case of a site. Nomination form has been duly submitted at the place and within the time prescribed. A structure cannot nominate or second 2 different candidates for the same position. It means, as Matthew Koniwe branch, you can nominate Mabuto Tele as a deputy chairperson, but you go and second Briggs Moloi as a deputy chairperson. Then your form becomes invalid. You must know you nominate one person and second one person in a particular position. The electoral officer, upon presenting of the nomination audit report, shall proceed to give an opportunity to those validly nominated to indicate otherwise, because they might have reconsidered their position. We'll deal with that at that particular point in time. So that is where I want to put a comma after explaining the process of nomination. Then after screening of the nomination form, I will come and present the report as the Secretary indicated, that flexibility, that as an electoral officer, I will have to interrupt, disrupt the program now and then. I will indicate when I'm ready, they will have to give me an opportunity to come and present that report as the Secretary indicated that this is a process matter. Chair, I believe I have covered what I wanted to cover. I will come back to give explanation with regard to the following step. Otherwise, I am available to take questions of clarities. Before I do that, Chair, my apologies. May I request the Secretary to come and indicate the PEC decision in terms of the opening of the nomination.
Thanks, President and Chairperson of the session. The Special Provincial Executive Committee convened on the 3rd of June 2026, opened nomination on the 3rd of June 2026 at 9:50.
Thank you very much. It is confirmed. Nominations are opened. So when I descend the stage, I will go to the reception area and regional secretaries will follow me to collect the nomination forms. Chair, I therefore request that you facilitate the closure of nominations. The conference must decide. Thank you, Chair.
Mandla. How are you too? Comrades, we are fully aware, before maybe we get that, President, that we just with a little bit of patience, because are those who are leading the delegation for the first time and those who are delegates for the first time. Is there anything of clarity that you would seek for ons kan verder gaan? Is there anything that you want to be clarified before we can go further? Once, twice. Thank you very much. Comrades, the time now is almost 1 o'clock. We need assistance from you that when should we close the nomination. We've opened it. Now we are focusing on closing it. It's 1 o'clock. Taking into cognizance that we still have to receive the opening address, we still have to go to lunch and all that. When you stand, just take that into consideration and assist the plenary. Can I invite hands that would speak about what is the time we are proposing closure of nominations? Third Quad of the Northern Cape. I see Namakwa there. Can I get a branch that would speak to it? Can I get a branch in Namakwa that would speak to it? Okay, Comrade Ares, you can shoot. Okay, Comrade Jack, you are given the honor, my leader. Even regions can. Even regions can. Comrade Jack is proposing 3 o'clock for closure of nomination. Can we get a agreeing or another one? Comrade Francis Bart.
Thanks, Chair. Tabishonatita, Regional Secretary Francis Bart. We are standing to agree with the proposal brought forth by Namakwa.
Namakwa, okay. Francis Bart is agreeing. We have 3. Any other no other time. We will be closing nomination at 3 o'clock. Can you give yourself a round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Comrades, with a revolutionary song, I wish that a very strong one, comrades, a very strong one, as we invite the provincial chair to address the third quart. Comrades, only regional secretaries are collecting. The rest of us must be in the plenary, please. Tsune katsamaya. Tsune katsamaya. Tsune katsamaya. Tsune katsama. Haribuanete barisupa kamenwana. Haribua maka barisepisa chelete. Haribuanete barisupa kamenwana. Haribua maka barisepisa chelete. Tsune katsamaya. Tsune katsamaya. Tsune katsamaya. Tsune katsamaya. Tsuanete barisupa kamenwana. Haribua maka barisepisa chelete. Haribua mati barisupa kamenwana. Haribua maka barisepisa chelete. Tsune katsamaya. Tsune katsamaya. Tsune katsamaya. Tsune katsamaya. Tsarguanete barisupa kamenwana. Haribua maka barisepisa chelete. Haribuanete barisupa kamenwana. Haribua maka barisepisa chelete. Amandla. Away, two. Viva SADTU, viva. Eta Northern Cape, eta. No, thanks very much, comrades. It has been lonely to sit there, as all of us would understand that as the chairpersonship, we want to be in charge.
But anyway, we are here. Comrade Deputy Chair, the Chair of the session, Provincial Secretary of SADTU in North Cape, PWC members, Provincial Executive Committee members, leaders from regions and branches, in particular your ROB members, comrade delegates, alliance leaders, the African National Congress, the Communist Party, SADTU, NWC members led by the President, student chapter, NEC members present here. I've seen that the majority of provinces are well represented. Free State is here, Western Cape is here, Mpumalanga is here, Limpopo, KZN, GP is here, Northwest is here. We appreciate your presence, leadership. SADTU Media, we are greeting you. The sponsors of this conference, Maremato, we have seen you. All Mutual, we have seen you. Metropolitan, we have seen you. Bayport, we have seen you. Staff members of the organization who made this conference to be where it is now. We appreciate your hard work, staff members. And I must indicate that I learned yesterday that our administrator, Comrade Mita, has been in this organization for 30 solid years. And I want us to give her a round of applause. We appreciate the commitment, Comrade Mita, and all staff members. SADTU will not be here if it was not through your hard work. Comrade MEC, we want to salute you for blessing this conference. We've seen that you've been here before 10 o'clock. As you understand that you've been invited by the reservoirs of knowledge, by revolutionary professionals. So that is why maybe you honored time. We appreciate MEC. But we must indicate at the beginning that SADTU is here to come and renew the mandate. And immediately after renewing the mandate, we will be coming for you, MEC. We just want to start by indicating that. Allow me, comrades, to salute all of yourselves in this very important conference of SADTU. Actually, this conference, comrades, is a historic conference of the organization in 2016. We gather here as revolutionaries and workers of the mind, education workers, defenders of democracy, custodians of children's future, and champions of social justice. We are convening, comrades, in the month of June. And this month, comrades, is not only another month in the calendar, it is a reminder of sacrifice, a reminder of courage, and the unyielding spirit of the South Africans who refused to accept injustice. So as teachers, torchbearers of society, we are called upon today to remember all those sacrifices in June. It is a month that carries a profound meaning in the history of our nation. It was in June 1976 that the youth of Soweto, comrades, rose against an oppressive system demanding the right to learn in their own language and to be treated with dignity. So when we took a decision to convene this conference in June, we understood the meaning of June month, that it is not only 1 month in the calendar. Their bravery ignited a flame that spread across the country, shaking the foundations of apartheid and reminding the world that education is never neutral. It is either a tool of liberation or a weapon of oppression. That is what the youth of 1976 stood for, Matabani. Now, as SADTU in this province, we stand on the shoulders of those young heroes and heroines. Their struggle reminds us that our fight for quality, equitable, and transformative education is not new. It is part of a long journey of resistance and hope. And we are saying, comrades, as SADTU, we are going to defend education in this province with our own skin. And anyone who is going to be against us, as and when we defend education, comrades, we are saying, comrades, that person will be touching the revolutionary fire in our belly. We will fight and defend education in the Northern Cape with everything. Comrades, June calls us to remember that the classroom is a battlefield for justice, and that teachers, principals, and union leaders are the custodians of the struggle today. Like we said, comrades, we are torchbearers. Society is banking on us. That is why we are saying, as leaders of SADTU, we are the first line of defense for us to defend this revolution. Education, comrades, is our terrain. So no one can dictate terms to us as SADTU, the mega super hyper ginger union in this country. In this provincial conference, comrades, let us draw inspiration from the youth of 1976. Their courage must guide our leadership. Their vision must sharpen our unity. And their sacrifice must remind us that our work is not for ourselves, but for the children of South Africa. So, comrades, as and when we go to the street and fight, we are not fighting for ourselves, but we are fighting for the nation, and we are fighting for the children of South Africa. So comrades must understand that. Comrades, as we deliberate, let us ensure that the spirit of June lives on, not as in history alone, but as a living call to action. The children, comrades, of any nation are its future. The children of any nation are its future. A country, a movement, a person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve the future. That's what Sisulu, comrades. It's not my words. So the future of this country is in our hands as education workers. So every time, every morning, when we wake up, let us know, comrades, that the future of the country is in our hands as education workers. And I'm deliberately saying education workers because we took a decision long time ago to organize in the education fraternity on its entirety. Our task is to transform schools into spaces of freedom. Our task is to transform schools to be schools of dignity and opportunity, because without schooling, comrades, our future is doomed. That is the true legacy of a June month. It is the responsibility, comrades, we carry as SADTU leaders. Our classrooms are more than spaces of learning. They are sanctuaries of hope, where the dreams of South Africa are nurtured. So the country will go nowhere without ourselves. We are the backbone, comrades, of the country. That is why at all times we must come together and check whether we are still on the right track. That's part of our responsibility. I like what GS Comrade Dollar always say, to say that we must at all times come for a pilgrimage. We always, DGS I want to say, he always reminds us to say we must come at all times for a pilgrimage. So I believe we are here particularly for that purpose. 30 years, comrades, after the dawn of democracy, our education system still carries the scars of inequality. Yet, it also carries the seeds of transformation. SADTU has always been more than a union. We stand, comrades, for dignity. We stand for professional respect and for the right of every child to quality public education. Today, we recommit ourselves to that mission. Comrades, delegates, let us speak frankly. Teachers face immense challenges and pressures. Overcrowded classrooms, Comrade MEC. We are still teaching mass meetings of between 45 and 60 plus learners in this day and era. Instead of teaching 35 learners in a primary school and teaching 40 learners in secondary, we are still teaching mass meetings. And we are saying, comrades, we need SADTU more than never before, because we cannot accept that situation, fold our arms and allow it to happen that every year the basket of posts is being cut and it becomes business as usual. We are saying, as SADTU, we are not going to accept austerity measures while sleeping. We are going to fight and defend this sector, because this sector is our terrain. We are noting, comrades, that there are limited resources in schools, and this, comrades, is worsened lately by austerity measures. Textbooks shortage is still a norm in our education space, and we are saying it can't happen like that. Last year, Comrade PS, it was worse, because last year we did not even receive the allocation for textbooks, and we are saying as SADTU, it can't be business as usual. No laboratories in our schools, no libraries. The safety concern, comrades, in our schools is a very serious challenge. Overcrowded schools, more learners, more conflict, gang recruitment in schools, drugs dealings in schools including in primary schools. That is why, comrades, we are emphatic to say that we need SADTU more than never before. The burden of administrative demands, staffing of schools is a challenge. It's a challenge, comrades, in that even our departmental heads, they are overworked to such an extent that they can't do e-administration to check whether we are delivering quality public education that we want as SADTU. So, comrades, those are very serious challenges. And in these moments of challenges, comrades, we must remember the wisdom of Martin Luther King Jr. when he said, the ultimate measure of a leader is not where they stand in moments of comfort, but where they stand at times of challenge and controversy. That is where we show our leadership as the organization. Today, as education workers, we are called to stand firm in defense of quality education, ethical leadership, and the rights of our members. But comrades, remember, as SADTU, we are not only fighting for our members, we are fighting for the voiceless. We are fighting for the communities. We are fighting for our learners. That is why SADTU is seen in all communities, because we are there not for ourselves only, but we are there for society. Too often, society expects us to perform miracles in these conditions. Despite these challenges, we rise above the occasion. We rise each morning to shape the minds of the nation. We continue to insist as SADTU that teachers are not expendable. Teachers are nation builders, and we are proud of you, comrades. Without us, there is no future workforce. Without us, there is no innovation. Without us, there is no democracy to be sustained. Albertina Sisulu reminds us we must be united, we must stand together, we must be organized, and we must fight as a collective. So we are calling upon Northern Cape to be united, stand together, and organized. SADTU's voice must remain strong in demanding fair working conditions, professional development, and respect for our labor. We must be respected as educators and as teachers. At the same time, comrades, we must confront the realities of violence in schools, bullying and abuse, which undermine the very foundation of teaching and learning. Violence in schools across South Africa, including here in our province, remains a serious concern, with incidents ranging from stabbings to gang-related fights, but challenges persist due to community violence spilling into our schools. Assaults on teachers and principals, psychological trauma for both learners and staff comrades continue to persist in our system. So we are saying, as education workers, we are guardians of children's rights. We must strengthen our policies, we must ensure accountability, and we must create a safe, inclusive environment where every learner feels valued. The reason why we are here, comrades, is because we are here to come and strengthen our policies. That is why we are here. We are here to come and ensure that there is accountability, and we are going to create an inclusive environment. Our struggle is not only in the classroom, but in policy corridors. That is where SADTU is, comrades, because the policies are guiding us at all times. SADTU must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice, ensuring that the laws are not just words on paper. So we are speaking here to the site stewards, we are speaking here to the branch executive committees, we are speaking here to the regions to say, comrades, let's make sure that the policies that we are crafting at the level of ELRC, they are implemented to the latter so that we improve education in this country. Comrades, transformation also means embracing innovation. Technology must serve equity, not deepen divides. Professional development must empower teachers not to use digital tools meaningfully while safeguarding the human connections that lies at the heart of teaching. We must resist any model that treats education as a commodity. Our children are not customers. They are citizens in the making. So we are not going to allow that education be treated as a commodity. The future of education in South Africa depends on our collective courage. We want to call upon ourselves, comrades, to be bold in our demands, to be united in our vision, and to be relentless in our pursuit of justice. SADTU is not merely defending teachers, like we said. It is defending the soul of the nation. And we must be proud of that responsibility as SADTU. Let us leave this conference, comrades, with a renewed energy. Let us commit to schools that are safe, inclusive, and empowering. Let us fight for professional respect, fair wages, and meaningful development. Our nation's history is rooted in solidarity. Just as international allies stood with us during apartheid, we must stand with our nations which are facing oppression. So as SADTU comrades in the province, we reaffirm our solidarity with Palestine, whose struggle against occupation mirrors our fight for liberation. We salute Cuba, which despite the sanctions continues to prioritize education and healthcare for its people. We salute them. We salute Iran, comrades. We understand that it's difficult now to have face-to-face classes in Iran. So learners are taught for only 3 hours a day. And they are taught virtually. And we are saying, comrades, we stand with those nations. And above all, comrades, let us remember, every child in South Africa deserves a teacher who is supported, who is respected, and who is inspired. And the only person to support us and to inspire us is in this house. So we are calling upon you, MEC, to support us in this task that we are facing. Together, we will build a better future. Together, we will ensure that e-education remains the great equalizer. Together, the ladder of opportunity will be there for our children, and the heartbeat of democracy will remain intact. So, comrades, we want to take this opportunity to officially open this conference and wish all of us here a fruitful deliberation. Amandla! Viva SADTU, viva! Eita, Northern Cape, eita! Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Amandla.
Mandla. Can we give it also another round of applause, comrades? Thank you, Chairperson Siyabulela Slalu. We thank you very much. The third quad, it's originally opened. We, on Sranverder, we are going forth. The two items before we go to lunch that we wish to run quickly on them. And we do so because we have shared with the comrades. So we are confident that you were able to go through the conference documents. So the next item that will be led by the Deputy Provincial Secretary is the minutes of the previous meeting. You'd understand that no meeting or conference can sit without those minutes. So DPS, we are inviting you to take conference through those minutes. Thanks.
Mandla, Mandla, viva ANC, viva, viva South African Communist Party, viva, viva SADTU, viva, Mandla, Eita Francis Bart, Eita John Taula Khaitse, Eita Namakwa, Eita Pixley Kaseme Isa Eita. Eita Zolintanga, Fatman Mkau, Eita, Mandla. No, thank you, Chairperson. We can confirm that the minutes of the second Quadrennial Provincial Conference, and at least I'm good quadrennial. Yeah, I say quad. The second Quadrennial Provincial Conference is held from the 21st to 23rd of April in 2022 at Distill, were circulated to all the structures of the Union for them to familiarize themselves with the minutes, bring all the pressing issues to the Secretariat, correct whatever needs to be corrected, so that when we get to this meeting, for us is to present the minutes to the conference. We therefore, Chairperson, present the minutes of the second Quadrennial Provincial Conference to the third Quadrennial Conference as read. So we move for adoption of the minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provincial Secretary. Like we indicated, all of us, we are in possession of the minutes. Secretariat has moved. Can we stagger it? Any corrections? None was sent. and we don't have corrections now. Clarities? None. We are comfortable. Can I get an indication that says we've received it, there are no clarity, it's a true reflection of what happens in Distill in 2022? Any hand? Any cut? Can I see cut? Can I see a cut that says this is a true reflection of what happened in Colesberg 2022 Distill? Niemand, dit is so moeilik nie. Dit kan nie. Can we get a cut? Comrades? Anyone can speak to that. Anyone can speak. Thanks, my leader. You can speak to it. Thank you very much, my leader. Let us get your branch, or she's a ROB member. Correct. I understand. Sure. Any other one that wants to second? Right with seconding. Anyone who is violently, brutally opposed for us to accept this? None. Wonderful. Give yourself a round of applause quickly. We are doing very well. We are doing very well as a conference. We are going to the last part. Comrades, Comrade Mapachan have lost a room card. There she is there in Pixley. If you've check on the, because we've been exchanging for sizes purposes the jackets. So if you find that a jacket has a key, please return it to her or to the table. We'll be able to take it to her. We are taking the last item on the session. Provincial Secretary, we are on your hands, my leader.
Thanks, Chairperson. Comrades, delegates, in your book 1, we are presenting the PEC decisions for ratification by conference from page 60 of book 1 to page 81. And we are moving, Chairperson, that the conference ratify decisions of PECs since the last conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. PS, standard procedure, comrades. There were PEC meetings. We took decisions. These decisions were down cascaded by the PEC members who are chairs and secretaries of regions. They sat at the level of the REC. The branches were also able to get the decisions that we have taken, and all of them are in the document. And the Secretariat has moved that we accept all the decisions, including decisions and resolves of the Provincial General Council. Can I get hands? This one, all of us can speak to it. Comrade DRS, Francis Bart.
Thank you, Chairperson. Regional Secretary, Francis Bart. I rise, Chairperson, to second.
Thank you very much, DRS. The secondment and acceptance of the minutes of all PECs and PGC. Anyone who is brutally, violently opposed to the idea of accepting these minutes, because all of them, they have made us to grow this organization. We were in Distill, we were, Comrade MEC, we were 4,800. As we report here, we are more than 6,500. We are a commanding voice in your sector. We grew significantly. Those are the facts that no one can contest. No one can contest that. So President, NEC, we've been doing quite well as a collective. Minutes have been accepted. Thank you very much. Decisions have been now accepted and ratified by plenary of the third quad. Right? It's right, comrades? Please give yourself a round of applause. You are doing very well. You are very progressive. Please.
Thanks, Chair. Comrades, as we indicated that in the notice, we issued you also with the powers of the provincial conference, and that's what we are doing. The Constitution also requires that conference must ratify decisions of RTGMs. We are presenting, Chairperson, decisions of the RTGM of Francis Bart from page 93 to 94, decisions of the RTGM of Pixley Gasemi from 95 to 97, decisions of the RTGM of Namakwa from page 98 to 99, decisions of the ZF Mgau from 100 to 101, for ratification by the conference. We are moving, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are the decisions that were taken at the level of regions on our regional triennial general meetings. Those are your decisions, comrades. ROBs, all ROBs are here. You facilitated those decisions. Anyone who says those are not my decision, very good. Can we invite a hand that says those are our decisions as a collective? Because there's no dissenting view already, although I'm deliberately doing the opposite. Can I invite a hand that says that is our reason, our decisions, and we are agreeing that they must be ratified by this third quad? Any hand? Comrade Fidel, you can also. Comrade Rudy. Jikanok. Jimasmus deal van die. Yeah. Thanks, my leader. Progressive.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I am Rudy Fonseca, as the general member of SADTU African branch. I move to support the acceptance of their decision.
Thank you very much, my leader. Wonderful. Anyone opposed? None. Thank you very much, comrades. The decisions of all RTGMs are being ratified. Thank you very much. Comrades, we having an indication from the kitchen that they are not ready. They will be ready in 20 minutes' time. So economical and flexible that as we have agreed and adopted the program, we are going to invite to the podium the former leader of SADTU. Want to invite a leader whom we believe understands the sector. We want to invite a leader whom we were elated to a certain degree when appointed, that he is a leader that all of our problems will solve. Yes, naturally, you will not resolve all the problems. But we're excited with that announcement when we led a very successful campaign towards the last national elections. And yes, among other things that this particular third quad must also understand, we got this, and we are leading, Comrades Bosch, the Northern Cape with 49%. And I was happy when the Deputy President was saying, Izopata, ANC, Izopata. That's our resolution to date, up until we change it in the upcoming Special National Congress. So the Deputy President was not making any mistake. We are supporting the African National Congress up until that decision gets to be changed otherwise. Therefore, comrades, we are inviting a leader who have been accommodative to our call. On Sbakley Altite, but we are on fight towards a consensus. We are doing the best that we can. And many of our fights were never personal, but were in defense of the sector. And the sector that brightens and that society depends on SADTU, that we must be able to fight. The chair was correct. When we finish, ours with the employer is an endless struggle and fight. So irrespective who comes in, we will be able to wage that fight to ensure that we are enjoying all the necessary respect. Comrade Foslo, when you are ready, my leader, can I invite plenary to sing a revolutionary song for the MEC?
Thank you, leadership.
That's one best.
Viva SADTU, viva! Viva SADTU, viva! Thank you, Program Director, thank you, Deputy Chair, and also allow me to also acknowledge the NWC members led by the President, the other NEC members that comes from the different PECs that are representing the different PECs here today, delegates and members of SADTU from the different regions, the representatives of government and social partners, obviously the PWC of SADTU, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Goedemiddag. Okay. So, I think I want to start off by joining the chair in applauding and also to register my personal appreciation for the solid 30 years that Comrade Mita has offered herself to the service of SADTU. I was one of those fortunate individuals to share in about 7 to 8 years of the 30 years that she served. I was one of the fortunate bunch of first-time full-time shop stewards. By then we had bakkies, now you have fancy cars. And by then we had those big phones, now you have these smartphones. So thank you very much, Comrade Mita. Your exemplary servant leadership is there for all of us to see. But also, let me also applaud the current PEC with the growth in membership to above 6,500 members in the education sector. I think you deserve a proper hand to yourselves. Because that's what leadership is to make an organization grow. An organization that grows earns the respect
automatically. And we want to, of the 6,500, how many are teachers? How many are teachers? Yes. Okay. Now you can't say 6,500 SADTU members and there are 9,000 in the sector. No, it means of the 9,000, little bit more than 9,773. I think 6,500 members represent a sizable and a significant portion. It means that the role that SADTU needs to further play needs to be a more militant, a more aggressive role in seeking to actually correct the system. I think we can also announce that yesterday we had a lengthy full day of engagements with Sandbok, the learner transport organization. In the province, we have been engaging over the last 4 or 5 weeks. And yesterday we were able to actually resolve the learner transport problem that we had in the problem. And we can safely say that schools are normal and we are looking forward to have exams in an atmosphere where there's no interruption in as far as learner transport is concerned, because learner transport in the province represent a very significant number in the province. 28,000 learners benefit. More than 250 service providers in the province are reliant on the learner transport provision in the province. So if we had 28,000 learners not participating in exams, it would have been a real disaster. So it is both an honor and a privilege for me to address the 3rd Quadrennial Provincial Conference of SADTU Northern Cape under a theme that speaks directly to the future of our province, our nation, as well as our children. This conference takes place at a defining moment in our educational journey. We are confronted by rapid technological advancement, changing labor market demands, persistent inequalities, and the urgent need to equip every learner with the skills, knowledge, and values required to thrive in the 21st century economy. Yet, within these challenges lies an extraordinary opportunity to transform education into the most powerful instrument for inclusive growth, social justice, and sustainable development. As educators, trade unionists, policymakers, parents, and community leaders, we share a common responsibility. We must ensure that every child in the Northern Cape receives quality education that enables them not only to participate in society, but to shape its future. Comrades, I think we all agree that the foundation of a successful education system is exceptional foundational learning. Research consistently demonstrates that learners who master literacy, numeracy, comprehension, and critical thinking in the early grades are significantly more likely to succeed throughout their educational careers. For this very reason, the Northern Cape remains committed to strengthening foundational learning outcomes, and we have actually illustrated that by the adoption of the multi-year education improvement plan that has been adopted by the Northern Cape Executive Council in November after a protracted process of doing surveys and studies. It also underscores our dedication to address key priorities in ECD, numeracy and literacy, STEM subjects, as well as NSC support. Our efforts must focus on ensuring that every learner can read for meaning, solve problems, communicate effectively, and think critically by the end of the foundation phase. Naturally, the teacher in this entire process remains central to this mission. No curriculum reform, no infrastructure investment, or technological innovation can substitute a skilled, motivated, and supported educator standing before a classroom. It is therefore imperative that we continue investing in teacher development, professional growth, mentoring, and continuous learning. The revolutionary professional envisioned by this conference theme is a teacher who is knowledgeable, who is adaptable, who is ethical, innovative, and committed to lifelong learning. In an era defined by digital transformation, our education system must evolve accordingly. We must prepare learners not only for the job of today, but for the opportunities of tomorrow. The Northern Cape is a province, in terms of its competitive advantage, that covers different sectors: mining, agriculture, and renewable energy. And we would need high-end skills in those spaces. This requires strengthening functional skills such as digital literacy and technology integration, coding and robotics, mathematics and scientific reasoning, entrepreneurship and innovation, communication and collaboration skills, environmental awareness and sustainability, problem solving and critical thinking. These competencies are essential if we are to build a modern and competitive provincial economy in the Northern Cape. The Northern Cape is uniquely positioned for growth. Our province is becoming a national leader in renewable energy, in green hydrogen, mining, innovation, agriculture, logistics, tourism, as well as the digital connectivity. These sectors require a workforce equipped with advanced technical, vocational, as well as entrepreneurial skills. Education, comrades, must therefore align with economic development priorities. Our schools, TVET colleges, universities, and skills development institutions must work together to create pathways that connect learners to meaningful employment, enterprise development, and economic participation. We must strengthen partnerships between education and industry to ensure that learners gain practical exposure and workplace relevant competencies. The future prosperity of our province depends on our own ability to develop human capital capable of driving innovation and productivity. Community delegates, inclusive economic growth begins in the classroom. A child from a rural village in Pixlikasemi, Namakwa, ZFM, Francis Bart, and JTG must also enjoy the same opportunity to succeed as a child anywhere else in any other province in South Africa. This means addressing inequalities that continue to affect educational outcomes. We must continue improving our school infrastructure, access to digital learning resources, teacher support systems, learner transport, school nutrition programs, psychosocial support services, access for learners with disabilities. So when we look at the Northern Cape in terms of the foundational phase, in particular your grade R, more needs to be done, and we admit there's a lot of work still need to be done. In the province, 21,161 learners have access to grade R as we speak. And the numbers has already increased in terms of the learner admissions for next year. And in as far as grade R practitioners are concerned, we have 798 in the current system. 384 registered ECT centers are registered with the department, but there are serious challenges in terms of capacitating and supporting those. The biggest challenge that we are sitting with in the ECT space is that our grade R practitioners, in terms of getting them fully qualified, REQV 14, that's the biggest challenge, because almost about 78% of the colleagues in the space of ECT, in this case in particular grade R, are not fully qualified. 335 grade R practitioners has got REQV level 13. 298 grade R practitioners are below
REQV 13. That means there's still 78% that we still need to take through a process of capacitation and support. But they are in the system, and we are working closely with them to make sure that they are fully qualified through UNISA and also to Northwest Universities and the SADTU, because these studies are for free. The department through SADTU actually covers all expenses in relation to the studies. Full inclusion means ensuring that no learner
require us to place people at the center of progress. Our vision is not merely economic growth measured by statistics. Our vision is growth that creates opportunities, reduces poverty, expands access, and improves the quality of life of our communities. This is consistent with the aspirations of our Constitution and the principles of social solidarity that have guided our democratic journey. So, comrades, as we mobilize consciousness and unite revolutionary professionals, we must also nurture a culture of accountability and excellence. Every stakeholder in education has a role to play. The government must provide leadership, resources, and the necessary support. Us as teachers must continue to uphold the highest standards of professionalism. School management teams must foster environments of excellence. Parents and communities must actively support learning, and obviously the unions must continue to critique policy implementation, not only in defense of their members, but also to ensure the highest quality of education is delivered. So together we must build schools that are centers of innovation, of learning, discipline, and of hope. We must cultivate learners who are confident, resilient, creative, and capable of contributing meaningfully to society. So the Northern Cape of the future will not be built solely through infrastructure projects or economic investment. It will be built in our classrooms. It will be built by educators who inspire learners to dream bigger. It will be built by learners who acquire the skills needed to participate in a rapidly changing world. It will be built by communities that recognize education as the cornerstone of development. So as we let us commit ourselves to outcomes that support a modern, growing, and a successful province. In terms of improved rates, increased learner rates, expanded access to learning skills, needs, increased participation in vocational and development as well as the development of a workforce capable of driving sustainable economic growth. These outcomes are not merely targets, they represent the future we seek for our children and our province. So in closing, allow your commitment to education, development, and social transformation remains critical to the progress of the province of the Northern Cape. Let this conference emerge with renewed purpose, strengthen unity, and a shared determination to advance quality education for all. Together, let us build an education system that produces skilled, capable, and responsible citizens. Together, let us strengthen foundational learning and functional skills. Together, let us advance inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Together, let us build a modern, prosperous, and successful Northern Cape that leaves no one behind. We start to well and look forward to being from this conference.
Een beetje sterk, stronger. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MSc of Education, Comrade Foslo, in the Northern Cape. Thanks for the message of support to the third quart of the Northern Cape. Your message is well received. Comrades, it is 2:05. We are going to adjourn up until 10 to 3. 10 to 3, we would have had our lunch. We would have had our lunch. We would have then convene here again, and then we continue with the program. We did not give you health breaks. The team will indicate. Comrade Pisak, Comrade Norma, do we have any indication? Waar eet ons en hoe en alles daar toe?
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. I'm requesting to do it on behalf of PSEC. Okay. The 95 delegates that were adopted by conference, when you leave through any of the doors, you will turn right, there's a hall behind this one. So we are all eating this side. Our NEC members and our guests will eat next to the reception where we had our breakfast. So that is the eating arrangement, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We are back and we are on item number 2.4 of the agenda. Item number 2.4 is the message of support from the ANC. Sorry? The message of support from the ANC. I'm not sure whether they are here. ANC? Not yet. The indication from PS is that they are not yet, they have not yet arrived. Now we are going to accommodate our Communist Party to come to the front and address a conference. Okay. My mother is a kitchen. Yes. My mother is a kitchen boy. Can someone lead us? Communist Party. If we can have another slogan, we have called the Communist Party to come and address conference. I saw the PS of SACP earlier.
Amandla. Viva SADTU, viva. Viva COSATU, viva. Long live the Alliance, long live. Long live the Alliance, long live. Thank you very much, Comrade Chair, Comrade President and Comrade Deputy President, Comrade DGS and other NOB members who are present, the PC Collective of SADTU, and other fraternal PCs that are present, comrade delegates, comrades and friends. Please receive our warm and revolutionary greetings. The GS of COSATU, the GS. You are recognized, Comrade GS. I didn't see you here. Sorry about that. And other COSATU affiliates and the neighboring provinces leadership that came. I was introduced to some of the leaders of our neighboring provinces. You are all recognized and greeted. Please receive our warm and revolutionary greetings from the SACP in the province on the occasion of your provincial conference, gathering under the theme, mobilizing the consciousness and uniting revolutionary professionals in strengthening foundational learning and functional skills to advance inclusive and sustainable economic growth in pursuance of a socialist society. That is quite a loaded theme. It seeks to do a whole range of things. It talks to the challenges that confront us. As a communist, I'm more interested in pursuance of a socialist society and a progressive education paradigm, which I would like to briefly talk about as far as education transformation is concerned. Now, since I have not been allocated time, I must say I only have got 5 pages here and 1,659 words. So with AI, you can just click there and see how many minutes I will speak, but I was not allocated time. So, but I will not take long, comrades. So we just want to express our appreciation for SADTU always inviting us to its gatherings. We were also invited to the PGC, and again, the president and deputy president were present as well in that PGC. That's why I've got the PGC regalia on here, comrades. The one that they gave me now is smaller, the new one, because it seems from the PGC to now, there was some expansion that happened, so I couldn't put on the new Lumba. So SADTU remains a strategic instrument of the broader progressive process in our country to fundamentally alter the lives of our people for the better. The role of the union in the consolidation of the program of the working class cannot be overemphasized. As the SACP, we value this role
and the contribution that the Union continues to make as far as the transformation of education in our country is concerned, as well as your contribution towards quality public education. Given the Washington consensus of neoliberalism and the declaration of the end of history by Fukuyama, the neoliberal triumphalist, your role remains critical in the struggle against neoliberal austerity and the decommodification of education. Our struggle is not only a struggle for decommodification of education and other basic needs, but it also encapsulates the struggle for the total decolonization of our entire education system and to transform the colonial structure of the economy. It is also a struggle against memory and distortion, a struggle for accurate historic reflection, and a struggle to advance people-centered development. SADTU must continue to play a significant and pivotal role in the decolonization and decommodification of education in our country, in the continent and globally. It must play a central role in that discourse. It is clear that in South Africa, we have not really started in earnest with a serious program of decolonizing education at all levels. Most of what is taught, especially in school curriculum, is highly centered around Eurocentrism. I would like to argue that under the hegemony of colonialism and imperialism, that is neoliberalism and globalization, education continues to produce a system in which student disengagement, inequality, social injustice continues to be reproduced. The colonizing forces use education as a form of control, and we continue to see the impact of that in the socio-economic conditions of our people. As we continue to navigate the legacy of colonialism of a special type within the context of global shifts and social changes, many elements of South African education have remained untouched or unchanged. This is seen in the way that the curriculum is structured in schools, access to quality education, and the fact that many South African schools are still centered according to production relations. For example, it can be argued that the erasure and the suppression of indigenous languages, African languages in our schools, is a deliberate effort to maintain the status quo and to keep the colonial structure in place. And not much has been done in relation to that. In fact, more and more of our kids can't speak their home languages. They only speak English. South African education activists led by SADTU and the Progressive Education Alliance must, amongst other things, ensure that we decolonize the spaces in which learners learn and transform colonial liturgies contained in most school curriculum and practices which impact on the creativity of educators. Decolonizing education calls for the Eurocentric consciousness to be disrupted and notions of meritocracy within education and society that have privileged some to be challenged. Decolonizing educational praxis disturbs the structural as well as the functional coherence of official knowledge and learning discourses, and they are selectively dysfunctional scribbling of totalizing Eurocentric meta-narratives. The experiences and knowledge of colonized people must be foregrounded. Their traditions must inform and shape practice. Decolonizing theories and documents on social injustices gives voice to subjugated knowledge, creates space for the voices of the silence to be expressed and listened to, and challenges racism, colonialism, and oppression, and therefore has convergence with those who advocate for socially just leadership. If we are to move education in South Africa forward, alternative ontological and epistemological ways of knowing must be centered, understood, and practiced. In this, both scholars and practitioners like yourself and progressive educators must join forces to bring theory and action together. Because theory without practice is sterile. As the education system continues to navigate a colonial legacy within the context of global shifts and societal changes, haven't I said this already? I think I did. The focus on challenging injustices in society and in South Africa creates a convergence between social justice leadership and decolonizing education as theoretical frameworks that guides transformation of education, with an understanding that social justice leadership involves ways of thinking about practices that challenge intellectuals to seize upon the potential to diversity of us, challenging dominant discourse and knowledge. And you as intellectuals and people who are located at the cutting edge of the production of ideas play a critical role in this decolonizing discourse. Fanon highlights the importance of freeing the colonized mind from feelings of inferiority and dependency. We must foster a sense of pride in African identity, culture, and history, encouraging a collective consciousness that resists colonial mentalities and fosters self-reliance. We must also confront the colonial matrix of power. According to Walter Mignola, a decolonial scholar, the colonial matrix of power is a framework that perpetuates racialized inequalities through interconnected spheres of power. It manifests prominently in our country through economic control, often underpinned by the exploitation of black labor, that is exploitation of the working class, and through authority structures that are intertwined with the coloniality of knowledge. These entrenched systemic barriers to change deeply rooted colonial matrix of power, CMP, hindered transformative change and further entrench and exacerbate racialized economic disparities. Another concept that needs our attention as intellectuals and you as educators who are located at the cutting edge of the production of ideas is the locus of enunciation of coloniality of being, which postulates that being socially located on the oppressed side of power dynamics does not automatically equate to epistemic thinking from an emancipatory perspective. Individuals or people who adopt and perpetuate the same framework of thought that uphold oppressive systems, thereby complicating efforts aimed at genuine transformation. In other words, not everybody who's within the camp of the oppressed necessarily agrees to the emancipation, the total emancipation of the working class. There are collaborators and class collaborators amongst us because of the dominance of the ideas of the ruling class within society. So SADTU plays an important role in uncovering this and perpetuating a new way of thinking around the concepts of decolonization. That is why in the early transformation years of education, SADTU advanced an argument of a paradigm shift in education. And we have learned from this giant union what that paradigm shift is supposed to be. And I think we can agree that we are not yet where we want to be, given the challenges that are confronting us in society, but also within our space of education. There are many progressive advances that have been made, but there are also many challenges that have emerged, especially because of the huge budget cuts. Last year, there were serious challenges in our schools, and SADTU was able to highlight those issues and take them up in relation to the provision of books at schools, in relation to the feeding schemes that were not properly resourced, and I think that the union must continue to do exactly that. And in conclusion, well, I've got a number of pages left, but in conclusion, comrades, we just want to say that from our side, I think we recently emerged from the conference of the left, it is the belief of the party that we need to unite the people's camp. We need to unite the left. The left is fragmented and facing serious challenges in our country. And we are happy that COSATU, SANCO, and the party played a significant role in that conference of the left. And the declaration of that conference seeks to sharpen the working class struggle against capitalist exploitation and imperialist subjugation. Let us unite to build a strong teacher union. Let us build SADTU as an instrument in the hands of the working class. Let us unite the union so that this union can unite COSATU as well. And let this union today ensure that part of the discussions is to ensure that we build a strong COSATU in our province. Long live COSATU, long live. Long live SADTU, long live. Amandla. Thank you very much, comrades.
No, thanks very much, Comrade Shushu, the Provincial Secretary of SACP. Thanks very much, my leader. You managed to work within your 5 minutes, 5 pages in 5 minutes. Amandla, comrades, the electoral officers are here to update conference. Comrade President.
Thank you, Chair. It's not an update for now, Chair, but I need delegates from the following branches. Moshalong branch. Is there any branch like that? Moshaweng branch. Ronald Motlanke branch. Kakamas branch. Uppington branch. Thank you very much.
Whoever signed the nomination form, can you go to the office? Thank you. Comrades, we are moving to the next item. We are going to call upon COSATU. Comrade Soli is here. Comrades, we can't be tired on first day. Can we please rise?
Amandla, 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 Amandla. Viva SADTU, 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 viva. Viva SADTU, SADTU, viva. Comrade, thank you very much, Chair of the session. Let me take this opportunity to greet the leadership of the province led by the chair, the leadership of the National Working Committee led by the president, the NEC members who are here, the leadership of the alliance. I saw the peers of the party, the ANC is not here, the MEC in his absentia, most importantly, comrade, yourself, the owners of COSATU and SADTU. Without you, there's no COSATU. Chair, I'm bringing the message of support, not the keynote speaker, and I'm not going to speak like the party or the MEC. I'm the trade unionist. Your theme for this Congress says mobilizing the consciousness and uniting the revolutionary professionals in strengthening foundation, learning, and function skills to advance inclusive and sustainable economic growth in pursuance of socialist society. We're very happy to be invited in this province to address SADTU Provincial Congress. This province has produced fighters. When we speak of liberation, we do not speak of empty words. We speak of the Northern Cape and many other provinces. The people fought for colonialism with spears. They fought apartheid with strike and screws. This province gives us a number of giants. One of them we salute is a former premier of Northwest who was a principal in your province, Comrade Bushimapi. He did not wait for freedom, he fought it. In his classroom, he built fighters. After school, he built the ANC underground. That is the SADTU tradition, teach by day, organized by night. We also remember a number of comrades in this province. SADTU led in this province. SADTU continued to teach mine workers, teach farm workers, domestic workers, and many other workers. We also gave their children an education to be able to lead. You carry their spear. Comrades, your theme is not a slogan. It is a battle plan. Let us break it down simple and clear. Mobilizing the consciousness means we must wake up the mind of every teacher. The classroom is not neutral. Every lesson either keeps the child enslaved to poverty or frees the child to fight for a new society. A teacher must know you are not just teaching the alphabet, you are teaching the working class to rule. Uniting revolutionary professionals means SADTU must unite all teachers. Whether you teach a grade R or a matric, whether you are in material start or Springbok, you are one. Therefore, SADTU must unite all the teachers under one union, one sector, one country, one federation. I've heard the MEC here says the population of the educators in the Northern Cape is about 9,000 plus, and you said you've got plus minus 6,000 plus. It means you are left with 2,000 to make sure that those workers, all those educators belong to SADTU. This Congress must speak about how are you going to make sure that you recruit all those teachers to belong to SADTU. We must unite as professionals. We serve the people, not profit. Strengthening the foundation, learning and functional skill means we must fix the basic. A child who cannot read at the age of 10 is a child locked out of the economy. A matriculant who cannot use a computer is a worker left behind by the fourth industrial revolution. We must teach so that a child can work and build and lead. To advance inclusive and sustainable growth means education must create jobs for all, not tenders for few. We do not want growth for something. We want growth for Haleshiri,
We want growth for Pampirstad. We want growth also for Springbok. Growth that puts food on the table for the poor. In pursuance of socialist society means we are not here to push capitalism. We are here to build socialism. It means a child's future is not decided by her parents' wealth. That is why we teach. That is why we organize as SADTU. Now, let us face the reality. South Africa is at war. It is a class war. Unemployment rate is at 43%. It's 43.7%. For youth, it is 62%. That means 12 million people are without work. This means 12 million people have no dignity. In every township, our children are sitting at the corner with CVs in a plastic bag. They have lost hope. Poverty is a crime scene. Half the country goes to bed hungry. The gap between rich and the poor is the worst in the world. In Sandton, they drink champagne. In Khalishiwe, they drink from dirty taps if the taps work. The socio-economic crisis in Northern Cape, here in Northern Cape, the crisis bites harder. This is a province of wealth. This is a province that produces diamond, iron, or manganese, solar. It produces billions out of this soil, but what does it stays? Mines close without warning. Kumani, Seychelles. When the price drops, workers are dumped to towns that are dying. Unemployment here is above 40%. Young people run to Gauteng because there are no factories here. Our farms export grapes and beef to Europe, but the farm worker continues to earn 180 rand a day. He cannot buy the food he produces. Our communities have no water. The Val Reefs is polluted. Clinics have no medicine. Schools have no toilet. This is not a freedom. This is a betrayal to our freedom charter. Teachers, you are the front line of the revolution, comrade. Who will break these chains? It is you as teachers. You take a child of an unemployed mother and give her the power to read. You take the son of a retrenched man workers and give him a match to become an artisan. Education is the only weapon that can defeat poverty in one generation. That's what the chairperson of the province also said. It means education is power. But we see you suffering. You teach 70 learners in a classroom built for 30. Let me repeat. You teach 70 learners in the classroom built for 30 learners. The roof falls in the wind and the windows blows through the broken windows. You buy chalk from your own pocket. You are a teacher, a nurse, a social worker, a police officer, and still posts are not filled. It is a pity that the MEC is not here. What must be done? Hire more teachers now. Build more schools now. One learner, one desk, one textbook, one teacher. Stop blaming teachers for the crisis. Give them the tools and watch them. Give them the tools and watch them to change the world. That's the message we are sending to government. I've heard the deputy chair saying that this province is not run by GNU. This province is led by the African National Congress. So the African National Congress must deliver. Smash austerity, fund education. Comrade, the number one enemy of education is treasury. Budget cuts are bullets aimed at our children. They freeze post, they cut scholar transport. So our children work for 15 kilometers in the dark. They cut school meals, so children faint in classes. They say there is no money, but there is money for jets. There is money to buy BMW. You will recall COSATU challenged the increase of ministers, MECs, when they increased their budget to buy cars. They increased from 700 to 1.3 million to buy cars. But at the same time, the Minister for Austerity, Minister Quadrennial, says there is no money. COSATU says, away with austerity, education is not a cost, it is the future. Every rand cut from education is a rand stolen from the working class. We demand people's budget. Tax the rich, tax the miners, fund our school. If you can bail out South African Airways, you can bail out education. Let's speak briefly on matters of organizational, in particular COSATU. COSATU has made a decision, comrade, to take the cost of living to the street. What we see today, cost of living is very high for the poor and for the workers and for communities. COSATU have decided that before the end of June, we should embark on a national action against the cost of living. One of these issues is the increase on the medical aid gems. One of these issues is the issue of the tax on your two-pot system. One of these issues is the unemployment, the increase on petrol, the increase on transport. Once petrol is increasing, it means petrol transport is increasing. You are not able to use your own cars to go to work. Membership service, we must defend every member and organize the unorganized. Teachers are at the front line of austerity, and only strong union can protect them. Unity and discipline. Our power comes from acting as one. Internal division, poor governance, and factionalism weaken us against the bosses and the state. We must take a decision that builds unity from the shop floor upwards. In this case, I want to say, shop steward, you must take yourself serious. Shop steward, you are elected by workers. Workers elected you, trusting you that you will defend them. So shop steward must know that you are not just a member, you are a leader. And a leader is not about power. A leader is about responsibilities. Activisms and leadership. Shop steward and leaders must be rooted in the workplace, politically sharp and accountable. The federation is only as strong as its structure is on the ground. COSATU is working with its affiliates, which include SADTU, to strengthen its organizational capacity as per the 14th National Congress resolution on building organizational machinery. The Congress resolved that we must establish commission to deal with strategic priorities defined by the resolution, and we have established those commission, which deals with organizational campaigns, the bargaining and workplace transformation, and educational and gender commission. Comrades, we view that when teachers are organized, the whole working class is strong. When SADTU is united, COSATU will be united. When we are divided, we will not be able to beat the enemy. This is not just a COSATU issue. Issues of cost of living is an issue of a society. That's where we want you to resolve out of this Congress to make sure that you campaign, work together to fight against this onslaught. Comrades, the other campaigns that this provincial Congress must declare is to fight for the implementation of NHI, is to fight for the implementation of BELA, is to fight for the implementation of employment equity, is also to fight against the moratorium on the retrenchment. We demand that government must employ people where there is space, especially where the posts that are budgeted for. Without taking much of your time, President and the Deputy Chair and the Chair with your leadership, we want to say the issues around the NSFAS. We are meeting with the Minister of Higher Education tomorrow. We will be dealing with a number of challenges, including the corruption that is in the NSFAS, including the corruption of the SADTU, and we will come back and give feedback to SADTU in terms of those issues. SADTU, you are the spear of education, but a spear must be sharp. Every teacher must be inside SADTU. If you are not organizing, the department will eat you alive. We call all progressive teachers to join SADTU. We call all other unions also to join SADTU. The working class is bleeding. We cannot afford division. Those who are outside the room must come home. As I said, one industry, one union. That is when we will be able to defeat the enemy. Comrade, let me conclude by saying we have the responsibility to rebuild the alliance. I heard the Provincial Secretary of the PATVA, the submission that COSATU made in relation to the reconfiguration of the alliance. There is no alliance that can be built outside the ANC. There is no alliance that can be built outside COSATU. There is no alliance that can be built outside the Communist Party. There is no alliance that can be built with +1, which is SANCO. Yes, we were part of the Conference of the Left, but not as co-conveners, as invited guests. Because our Central Committee resolution says COSATU convene the Conference of the Left with the ANC, with the SACP. One of the critical issues that the Central Executive Committee was raising, Comrade PS, who constitute the alliance? I mean the Conference of the Left. Who constitute the Conference of the Left? Should as COSATU we say MK Party is the conference, is the left? As COSATU we say no, Comrade Deputy Chair. And the reason why I'm saying that, Comrade, is that when the MK Party was formed, they immediately PS went to launch trade unions against COSATU in KZN. Should we call MK Party Conference of the Left or the leftists? Should we call EFF the left? The EFF, they tried to form trade unions. They failed because they don't know what is the trade union. Even the labor code says to them, you can't form a trade union, you are a political party. That's why they formed, Deputy President, they formed a labor desk. COSATU resolved, Comrade, that we must convene the alliance, the ANC, SACP, SANCO, to a national economic alliance summit and discuss all the challenges. Now, we must fix the ANC. We must fix the alliance. We are the motive force of the National Democratic Revolution. ANC, they want workers. SACP, they want workers. All the political parties that are going to contest election, without you, they will not win the election. So they must respect us, all of them. And we are saying, as I conclude, President, that we need a strong alliance, we need an ANC that returns to Freedom Charter, not a factional battles. We need SACP that is in factories and in classroom, not only in the social media, not only in Facebook, not only in the public domain. We want this leadership of the alliance to be with us when we are facing challenge at the factory level as workers. We must grow the economy. We must take back ESCOM, Transnet, PRASA from criminals. We must build factories. We must give land to people. No worker must be unemployed in this country that is so rich. The South African country, comrades, got money. The only problem, how do we use it? Internationally, President, I'm not going to take much of your time again. We struggle is global. We cannot be free while others in Cuba, in Palestine, in other countries are being pushed by the US. Trump has created a serious economic challenges in South Africa. As we speak, Pick n Pay is retrenching 22,000 workers. Walmart Massmart is closing 21 companies. What does that mean to our own comrades who are in the private sector? They need a support from us. An injury to one is an injury to all. Comrade, we want to wish this Congress a very successful debate. Wish this conference a very powerful resolution, very powerful declaration. As we are going to elect leadership who will be available for workers when they call. Elect leadership who will not divide SADTU in this province. Elect leadership who will take you to a national congress and build SADTU, build COSATU. Don't elect leadership who are going to be available only on the day of the conference. Elect leadership that will be able to respond to challenges that workers are facing. As I said, leadership is not about power. Leadership is about responsibilities. Amandla, you too. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Comrade GS. Comrade Soli, thanks very much, my leader. The workers have yet. Without wasting any time, comrades, we're going to call a deputy president with regard to the nominations. President.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are done with the validation of the nomination forms. I had to wait for the General Secretary of COSATU to finish. I did not want to disturb him. However, when we start voting, when I'm coming to call regions, whoever will be on the podium, I will be forced to disturb. Maybe Chair and QPC, I must start by explaining why I had to call the branches I called. because it was a bit of an anomaly in our processes. I explained here this morning that when there is a proxy must write a letter, and in the letter there must be a number, so that we call that person to verify whether that person is still available or not. There is a letter that we received for a particular person, but there was no number. So that is why I had just to pick branches at random, not branches, the nomination forms at random. And I called those branches because I did not want to disadvantage that person, because that person might not be here. He was not here in the morning when I was saying the number must be there. The honors was with the people in the conference to make plans as to how the number gets into the letter. So that is the reason. I'm sure the QPC does not have a problem. Quadrennial Provincial Conference. Thank you very much. We are now going to give you the report of the nomination forms. We received all the forms before 3 o'clock. So when nominations were closed, all the forms had come in. Only one form that was not signed by a nominee, and that form was nominating the treasurer. So that form was not signed, therefore it was then taken as invalid. Then 4 branches decided not to nominate the provincial treasurer and provincial education convener, without mentioning which branches are those. I will then give you a report in terms of the nominations, but I will not tell you how many branches nominated a particular candidate. I just want to say that upfront, because in some instances people will want to raise hands and say they need those numbers. I believe that it is not proper to do that, because it has got some implications. Now, without wasting your time, Chair, I'm now going to call the nominations, starting with the provincial gender convener. With gender convener, I have only one name. The name of Norma Vaterpoor. I hope I'm calling it properly. Is Norma here? Can I have a mic going to Norma? Roving mic, how many mics do we have? This one. Thank you very much. Comrade Norma, are you available for the position of the provincial gender convener?
Yes, I am.
Are you a member in good standing?
Yes.
Have you served the full term as an ROP at PWC?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we have only one name for the position of provincial gender convener. I must emphasize these comrades, these are not the results. I'm declaring nominations, not the result. Like I requested earlier on this morning, you may not start putting these things on social media. As the General Secretary of COSATU was saying, remember social media is not class neutral.
It's not of our own creation. It has got its own undertones in terms of our struggle as a people. Coming to the provincial education convener, I also have one name, the name of Kia Kitumetse Kwenape. I hope I'm pronouncing it properly. A mic to Kitumetse. Comrade Kitumetse, are you available for the position of provincial education convener?
Yes, President.
Are you a member in good standing?
Yes, President.
Have you served as ROB or PWC for a full term?
Yes, President.
Thank you very much. So there is only one name for
Provincial education. For provincial sports, arts and culture convener, I have two names. One name is Mandla Sitole. Can I have a mic to Mandla Sitole? Comrade Mandla Sitole, are you available for the position of sports, arts and culture convener? Are you a member in good standing? Have you served as an ROB or PWC for a full term? Thank you very much. So the name of Mandla Sitole will go to the ballot paper. Then the second name, if this name is available, Heri Sitole. Oh, it's the same person. Okay. So no, thank you very much. Which name will you prefer we use, Mandla or Heri? Heri, please. So Mandla falls off. Then we have the name of Heri Sitole for the position of provincial sports, arts and culture convener. For the position of the provincial treasurer, we have only one name. The name of Mukhadi Litebe. Mukhadi Litebe is not a delegate. We have a proxy letter from Mukhadi Litebe. So he is available. She. Oh, is a she. I wrote.
Oh, yeah. So she is
available. Deputy Provincial Secretary, we have two names. Melanie Nell. Can I have a mic to Melanie? Thank you, Comrade Melanie. Are you available for the position of the Deputy Provincial Secretary?
Yes, President.
Are you a member in good standing?
Yes, I am.
Have you served for entire term as an ROB?
Yes, President.
Thank you very much. The second name is Mahupoti Pule. Mahupoti Pule. Comrade Pule, are you available for the position of the Deputy Provincial Secretary?
No, President.
He's not available. Thank you. So the name of Pule falls off. Therefore, we have only one name for the position of the Deputy Provincial Secretary. Thank you. For the position of the Provincial Secretary, we have two names. The name of Mahupoti Pule. Comrade Pule, are you available for the position of the Provincial Secretary?
Yes, I'm available, President.
Are you a member in good standing?
Yes, I am a member in good standing.
Have you served the entire term as ROB and or PWC?
Yes, President.
Thank you very much. The second name is the name of Mumashe Palesa. Comrade Palesa, are you available? Comrade Palesa is available. Are you a member
in good standing? Have you served the entire term as and or ROP or PWC? Thank you very much.
So the name of Pulo Mukopoti and Palesa Nimashe will go to the ballot paper. I move to the position of the Deputy Provincial Chairperson. I have two names. I have the name of Christian Jack. Comrade Jack, are you available as the Deputy Provincial Chairperson of the Northern Cape?
Yes, President.
Are you a member in good standing?
Yes, President.
Have you served a full term as an ROB and or PWC?
Yes, President.
Thank you very much. Then the next name
is the name of James Mabuza. Comrade James, are you available for the position of the Deputy Provincial Chairperson?
I am available, President.
Are you a member in good standing?
I am a member in good standing.
Have you served a full term as an ROB and or PWC?
I did as a PWC.
Thank you very much. So the name of Jack Christian James Mabuza will go to the ballot paper. Then for the position of the chairperson, provincial chairperson, we will have only one name. Abakwe Sebulayi. Comrade Sebulayi, are you available as a provincial chairperson of the Northern Cape?
I am available, President.
Are you a member in good standing?
I am, President.
Have you served a full term as an ROP and or PWC?
I have served, President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, comrades, only two positions are contested. Is the position of the provincial secretary and the position of the deputy provincial chairperson. From here, we are going to prepare a ballot paper. So when you come to vote, you will then get a ballot paper with these names. It's going to be one sheet of paper. SHWET. Yes. You'll get one piece of paper with the two positions. Then the other one will be for the provincial deputy chair, the other one provincial secretary, with their names in alphabetical order as per the constitution. Yours is to make a mark against the name of your choice. You can make any mark against the name of your choice. But if your mark extends to the next space or the above space, such that your preference is not clear, that ballot paper will be invalid. I want to emphasize this. That ballot paper will be invalid. If you put your identity in the ballot paper, you take a ballot paper, you write Mabucho Tsele on top, that ballot paper will be invalid. If you make a mistake, you can only get another ballot paper if you will have not put it in the ballot box yet. But once it is inside the ballot box, you can't come back and say, no man, I want to change my mind, or I made a mistake, can I have another one? Says one? Yes. So, the ballot paper you will then receive when you come to the voting station. They must stamp it in front of you. They will stamp the ballot paper, make the point that it is stamped, and then given to you
then you go and vote. You can fold it 1, 2, 3 times. For identification, you don't need to bring your ID or your driver's license. You must only bring your name tag. So your name tags are going to be used for identification. You will show them your name tag. They will look for your name in the credentials list. Remember, I'm going to request the credential list from the provincial secretary. Once the provincial list is then given to me, it becomes a voter's roll. So your name is going to be checked against the voter's roll and is going to be struck off by a ruler. They are going to use a ruler to strike it off. Then your name tag, they are going to use a puncher to put a hole in it. The hole will indicate that you have voted. You will not come back and say you want to vote because the hole will be there in your name tag. Okay? So the voting method is the one that we normally use in the organization, the first past the post system. And then whoever has got the highest number of votes then becomes the incumbent to the position. The voting process, once it is done, then we'll then begin with the counting of votes. I've indicated that voting is going to be a secret ballot. Thank you very much. What is going to happen here, comrades? I'm going to call you as soon as the voting station is ready. As soon as the voting station is ready, I'm going to call you by regions. Not in any particular order. I'll just be calling you by regions. And when you come as a region, ROBs must be in front of the line. Then you stand according to branches. It becomes easy to find your names. So ROBs in the front of the queue, then branches you can follow in whatever form, but delegates from one branch, they must be together in the line. You must bring your own pen. Let's make it a point that we bring our own pens. Now, this stage of voting requires that we have observers to observe the process of voting. I'm not going to decide for the QPC as to how many observers and how you are going to elect them. Hence, I'm going to request the chairperson to facilitate the election of observers. As soon as we are about to start with voting, I will then come and call the observers so that when we start the process, the observers will be there. Lastly, comrades, the Constitution says, if ever there are any disputes, we'll first start and resolve the disputes as observers, at the level of the voting station with observers. In the event such is not resolved, you have 30 days to launch your dispute to the higher structure. In this case, the NEC, 30 days. This must not happen that you sit and wait. Then come 2028, when we have the fourth QPC, then you start raising a dispute of the third quadrennial conference. So you have 30 days to do so. And lastly, the Constitution dictates that as soon as we are done with counting, immediately we finish counting, we must come and declare to the conference. And so that is what we'll do. No matter how good you are with the agenda, you will not be able to adjourn the conference up until we have come and declared the outcome of the voting process, not the results the outcome of the voting process. Results can only be declared on the last day of the conference. Thank you very much. Chair.
Thanks very much, President. Comrades, I see there is a clarity there from ZFM. Rovi Mike. ZFM. I see JTG also, you are noted in that order. ZFM.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, we appreciate and welcome the nomination audit report from the electoral officers. Just want to seek clarity in terms of the gender parity with specific reference to Rule 15.1.2.2 and more specifically to number C. Seeing that after the nominations has been closed, we already received out of the 8 nominations, we already received 4 or 50% female nominations. And in terms of the Constitution, the gender representation must be 50-50. So what is the implications now, since there has already been nominated 50% of female comrades uncontested? It is just that clarity. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Comrade Rudy. JTG, clarity?
No, you are covered, Chair. Thank you.
President?
Thank you very much, Chair. The policy of the union says we must ensure that when we elect leadership in all structures is 50-50. 50% female, 50% males, as the outcome of the elections, not as the outcome of the nominations. Those who are contesting will have their right to contest and be voted for. So the process of voting is going to take place. When we come back and there is no balance in terms of gender, we'll deal with it at that time. In fact, we'll start the process of nominations afresh if there is no balance in terms of gender policy of the union. So the voting will go ahead regardless. Thank you very much.
Thanks, President. I think it's clarified, comrades. Thank you very much. Comrades, we want to come back to conference to guide in terms of the observers. And we want conference to guide as to how many observers are we going to elect before we elect. Can we first speak to the number of the number of observers that we are going to need for the elections? We can show by indication of your board if you want to speak. I see the hand of Francis Bart, the hand of JTG, the hand of ZFM, in that order. Francis Bart, you are the first.
Thank you very much, Chair. Regional Chair Francis Bart. Chair, we would like to suggest that we take at least 4, 1 per region, so all regions should be represented as observers in the process. Thank you very much, Chair.
I'm not sure.
5.
Oh, of five observers. Comrades, there is a proposal on the table. Is there any seconder? to the proposal? Comrade ZFM?
No, Chairperson, as ZFM, we rise to second the proposal of Francis Bart.
Thank you very much, ZFM. Any region which is opposing the proposal on the table? Any region which is opposing? Thank you. Yes, Comrade JTG, we are in your hands. Sorted. ZFM, we are in your hands. Sorted. Thank you. Comrades, the conference is proposing that we have 5 observers, 1 per region. And I'm going to request that when you rise, you speak to the observer that you are proposing from your region. We are going to start with Francis Bart again. RS Francis Bart.
Chair, we rise to propose that Comrade Tabang serve as an observer on behalf of Francis Bart.
Thanks very much, RS. The name of Tabang Bizeni is proposed as an observer. Francis Bart, I believe we are agreeing, all of us. Thank you very much. JTG, a name of an observer?
Thank you, Chair. I propose the name of Comrade Thandi Morake as an observer.
Comrade Thandi Morake is proposed as an observer. JTG, are you in agreement? Thank you. Let's go to Pixley. The name of Comrade? The name of Comrade Bernardine Bostander. Pixley, are we in agreement? Thank you very much. ZFM.
Very much. We propose the name of Nokuzola Lolwani. Nokuzola Lolwani.
The name of Comrade Nokuzola is proposed. ZFM, are we happy? Yeah. Thank you very much. Namakwa?
Thank you, Chair. Namakwa is proposing Eric Julie.
The name of?
Eric Julie, Comrade Maera.
No, thanks very much, RS Namakwa. Comrade Eric, you are an observer. Are you happy, Namakwa? Yes. Thank you. President, we have 5 observers. So at the right time, you will call the observers to continue with the process. Comrades, we are moving with our program, and we are going to call upon the Deputy Provincial Secretary to come and deal with written messages of support. Comrade DPS, messages of support. Are we tired to come up with a slogan? Comrades, DPS.
Lumzabalazo alam tanam akalwa oko lumzabalazo alam tanam akalwa oko yehuvaka
Amandla. Away, 2. Viva SADTU, viva. Francis Bart, I see you want to speak.
Thanks, Chair. The Regional Secretary, Francis Bart, Tabiso Natitsang. Chair, I'm rising to draw conference to a clause contained in the Constitution. Right in subsection 15.1.8, headed election observers. A of this particular subsection reads that the election meeting shall appoint observers who shall in turn be entitled to witness the voting and counting process. I wanted just to check, Chair, whose responsibility is it to preside over this particular responsibility? Is it the responsibility of the election officer, or is the responsibility of the chairperson who is presiding over, who is the provincial chair in this particular case? Having raised this particular issue, I would then propose, Chair, if the issue I'm raising as a concern is accommodated, we allow that actually the Deputy President, as the election officer, be called to come and then endorse the names as proposed. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Comrade Ares. I'm going to request, DGS to come and guide conference. DGS, can you guide conference? Assist us with a copy.
The point I want to make, when he read it, he says the meeting, right? Now when we say the meeting, the person who presides over the meeting is the chair of the meeting, not the IEC. So in this case, he being the presiding officer of the meeting was correct to preside over the nomination of the observer. I think that's what we have done. In fact, that's what the other committees from other committees can attest to that. That's what we have done in all other 6 provinces that we have done. It's very
Thanks very much, DGS, for the clarity. I think we are covered Fran's part. Thank you very much. DPS, we are in your hands.
Thank you very much, Francis Bard. Chairperson, we did not receive any written messages of support from the structures. The only message we received a few minutes ago was WhatsApp, and it was not written in advance. Therefore, we are handing back to you on that note. Thank you.
Thanks very much, DPS. Without wasting any time, comrades, we want to bring student chapter, Comrade Sianda Mtimkulu, to come and address conference.
Mandla, Viva SADTU, Viva. Unite, Northern Cape, unite. Thank you, Chair. You are greeted with the entire Provincial Working Committee. Firstly, let me make a disclaimer, Chair. The message of support was prepared 3 days before the conference. Now, comrades must be aware. And it's always a problem, Chair, to address after the electoral officer. Normally, it's fair to address before an electoral officer takes over. However, I will deliver the message of support of the student chapter as sent. My name is Sianda Mtimkulu, the national convener of SADTU student chapter. I want to rise on the protocol that has been observed, Slalo. And firstly, let me appreciate the comrades of Northern Cape in the student chapter, Comrade Kamo, and as a coordinator, as well as Comrade Kuto, the convener of the province. They have done exceptionally well. Leaders, we meet at a difficult moment, not only because of fourth industrial revolution, not only because of budget cuts. We are meeting because the soul of SADTU is being contested from within. A union SADTU, comrade, is not just a logo or a name, but it's a brand. SADTU is the organized consciousness of Education Workers Union. When that consciousness is poisoned by money, patriarchy, and agents, the union dies while its shell remains. Comrades, we need to deal with patriarchy in our organization. We cannot build a militant union on a foundation of patriarchy. Patriarchy in SADTU shows itself when women comrades are told to wait for their turn. Or else, they are told their leadership is reduced to a sister of someone else or a friend of someone else, instead of the cadre with capacity and leadership experience in the organization. This is not undermining or about culture leaders. This is a class betrayal. Research has proven that 60% of working class are women. 70% of teachers are women. To exclude women, we are literally cutting off our limbs as SADTU. Such is a miscarriage of history, comrades. We cannot be part of miscarriaging history. Leadership must be based on political clarity and capacity, not gender, not patronage. Let us deal with patriarchy inside SADTU if we want to deal with it in the society. By the way, comrades, you can be rest assured, sex does not lead, but an individual lead the organization. Yeah. Whether you are a female, whether you are male, that does not matter. What matters the most is capacity to lead the organization. And the second cancer we are having, comrades, we have observed in different provinces and RTGM is money. Is money. We are now having a tendency of having money in the union programs. It was not like that. What we have experienced in other provinces, you will find a department interfering with the programs and the elections of the union. It shall not be like that. The department must be the department, union must be the union. We hear rumors of money laundering methods from within the department finding their way into union elective conferences in different provinces. We hear things such as delegate payments that are foreign to our SADTU, foreign to our organization. And I wonder, because we are all education workers, why do we have to be paid by an individual for a vote? When delegates are paid, they do not represent members anymore. They represent their buyer. There is nothing you can talk except what the language of the buyer has given you. When the highest bidder comrade wins, policies of the organization loses. When the brown envelope decides in terms of who's voting for who, the working class loses and becomes divided. Buying votes in the union election is not generosity, it is a corruption. Any comrade who brings cash to a conference destroys the chains of the class strata within the union. Karl Marx once said, we must unite as workers of the mind, because we have nothing to lose but the chains.
My apology, leadership. Observers, can you follow the Deputy President? Observers, 5. Thank you. Apologies, student chapter.
We accept the apology, Chair. I was saying, comrades, I will repeat. Buying votes in the union election is not generosity. It is a corruption. Any comrade who brings cash to a conference destroys the chains of the working strata within the union. As I quote, Karl Marx once said, we as workers of the mind must unite, because we have nothing to lose but the chains. Yeah. Money must not decide who leads SADTU. We urge your consciousness for the sake of our organization. What needs to dictate the leadership is the union program. History and experience of comrade and capacity, not who pays better. Our consciousness, Maqabane. If ever there is voting, it must be a conscious political decision. Conscious of union policies. Conscious of class interest. If you go to a ballot in any conference of the organization, there are certain questions that you need to ask yourself. Does this comrade understand the working class? Can this comrade mobilize, not only to talk? Does this comrade have a program or only just promises? Will this comrade face the employer, or he or she will run to the employer instead of facing the employer? That's the question you should always ask yourself, delegates of Northern Cape. In conclusion, comrades, history has no blank pages. History will judge us harshly if leaving this podium as a student chapter failing to appreciate the work done by the PWC members and the exceptional work in the term under review. We have done exceptionally well in making sure that the chapter is well oiled. We understand, comrades, the programs are in the office of the Secretariat. We wouldn't be doing justice if failing also to appreciate you, comrade peers of Northern Cape. You have worked tirelessly in contributing to the growth and the strength of the SADTU student chapter. You have worked with comrades who are unknown to the organization. Thank you for supporting these comrades, which is Comrade Kamu and Comrade Convener at the back. And thank you for grooming and believing in the young leaders of the SADTU student chapter. Whenever, comrades, you see SADTU student chapter, remember we are not your rivalries, we are not your competitors. But we want to learn from you so that when you leave, we'll be able to take care of this organization. We want you to build the union and you make sure that you incorporate young people wherever you are. We do not want you to say anytime when you see the student chapter, you see your company. No, we are not. Rather embrace us and educate us what is union, what is SADTU. May the spirit of Matthew Koniwe be with you, comrades of Northern Cape. May the spirit of Comrade Mbatis Mdladlana be upon you. Comrades, democracy is not for sale. Leadership is not for auction. But you decide on capacity base who lead the organization. Mandla! Unite, Northern Cape, unite! Thank you, Chair.
Amandla! Away, two! No, thanks very much, student chapter. You have also done very well in terms of time. Thanks very much. Well appreciated. Comrades, we want a powerful slogan when we bring the keynote address from the President, Comrade Makgope Mapila. Powerful slogan, comrades. Powerful slogan.
Amandla, away two, Matla, Kiaruna, Comrade Dola. If I was still in class, I was going to say you must sit far away from Comrade Shushu because you'll be tempted to speak. And if you were going to do so, I'll request you not to speak. Just so that I don't have to stop and say, hey, you know what teachers do in class. Comrades, thank you, Chair of the session, for the opportunity to come and speak to you. The program I requested in the morning was saying that I must come the following day. So I nearly left, yes. I nearly left this conference this afternoon. It says, no, day 2 you will come. And it was on a lighter note. It was on a lighter note. So today we are gathered here, comrades, at the 3rd Quadrennial Conference of SADTU in the Northern Cape, with the theme, mobilizing the consciousness and uniting
revolutionary professionals in strengthening foundational learning and functional skills, in advancing inclusive and sustainable economic growth in pursuit of socialist society. In other words, you want to put emphasis that education does not start at matric, but right at the foundation level, the ECD must be taken serious, instead of always being in the euphoria of the matric results. This theme, if pursued, will assist in addressing the joblessness in our country. Youth unemployment must be confronted without fear or favor. That's what we're being confronted with or about. Why? Because there is what we call skills mismatch, wherein we have a lot of unemployed graduates. When I was still at school, somebody was saying, you must not do corpses when others are doing courses. You must not do corpses when others are doing courses. What that means is that you must not just go with the flow about anything that is said to be the easiest. Go for what is it, what skills does the country need? This thing that I'm doing now, what are the chances of me creating jobs or being employable? Because if you're doing something that is dead right from the beginning, how will it be able to assist you moving forward? So real courses would be those that help you to create jobs. Not only that, but also to be employable. So it's courses versus corpses. Hence we're speaking about skills mismatch. So greetings, comrades, delegates, the 95 of you, branches, regions, PwC, led by the chair and the secretary, the PEC of Northern Cape, National Executive Committee members present, ANC in absentia, South African Communist Party, SADTU, SANCO, COSA, SASCO, the student chapter, and distinguished guests. The MEC of Education in this province has just left after lunch. In absentia, we greet him or we acknowledge him. Metropolitan, Old Mutual, South African, NHB, Saihold, Bayport, Maramatlu, and the student chapter. By the way, the student chapter is the future of our organization. We recruit them while they're still at varsity, so that when they come in, they are already aware of what is happening within SADTU. Hence, we are saying we need to revisit leadership requirements, that people who have been involved in SADTU for 4 years or more, when they come in to say they must start at the back of the line instead of just coming in, might have to be considered. And the student chapter also put a very important argument on the table. They are saying those who are not working and yet they have, say, certificates, why must they be punished for not working? Because by having a say certificate does not mean that you are employed. And that is going to be reviewed before the end of this year, I hope. Because it's already on the table of this newly established SAYS Council because of your input. That's the future of SADTU. If I've forgotten anybody else, all protocol observed. I stand before you on behalf of the National Executive Committee to appreciate the good work that this province is doing
just like other provinces throughout the country. Also to wish you well in your conference. I would have loved to speak long after you have received your results. Unlike the student chapter who would have loved to speak before. I always like speaking after so that I'm free. You know, when you are free, you say what you want to say without fear of being accused tomorrow to say, this is what you implied, even if you have not said it. There is a life after this conference, comrades. There is life. I am one of the luckiest who has not joined SADTU, but who helped form it. I'm one of the luckiest. So long before SADTU was born, we were there. And when SADTU was born, that day, Nasrek, when Nelson Mandela addressed our first conference, I was there. Jane Naidu chaired the proceedings on Nasrek, the 6th of October, 1990. So a lot of these things that are happening here and across the country are part of what I have observed over the past 35 years. SADTU is celebrating 36th anniversary in October. Sure, VP? DP, I mean to say.
Thank you very much, President. I need one roving mic with me. So the chair, when I do this, you then stop whoever is speaking. I'm now calling regions. The observers requested that I request you as delegates not to use your cell phones during voting at the voting station. So your cell phones must be in your pocket, or you leave it in your bag or something. You don't use it at the voting station. The first region to follow me without making noise, comrades, you go and vote and come back. It's JTG. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Without any noise, JTG, just quietly and nicely. I was just saying, comrades, there is life after this conference. Don't spend a lot of energy as if there is no tomorrow. There is a temptation in our organization, SADTU, that we wait. When the leadership collective here is elected, we wait until after 4 years to say we were not satisfied about ABC. It doesn't work like that. It shouldn't work like that. What you must do, comrades, if comrades are not doing well here and there, let's engage in positive self-criticism as a union, because none of us is perfect. SADTU must come first and all else thereafter. As human beings, we have ambitions. It's normal. But they must be bridled. They must be controlled. If you have uncontrollable ambition, not only are you a danger to yourself, but you are also a danger to all of us. Because you would want to drive this ship, but sometimes you may take us into a donga. Promotional polls are dividing us with our members, comrades. We often experience resignations due to leaders jostling for positions with members. This has to stop. Then comes the selling of posts and favoritism for relatives and our friends. This cancerous phenomenon
It's like a little black spot waiting in the fullness of time to destroy all of us. We will be finished, comrades, if this is not arrested. These tendencies are killing a lot of organizations in the mass democratic movement. Hence, the ANC has engaged on a renewal program to be born again, to renew itself. Those that are going to be elected here today must serve everybody, including those that did not come to you with the nomination form. You serve all those that are there as their leader. Social media abuse of displaying preferred candidates is not how we work in SADTU. This thing of muchapaling and then you put your own things there to say the incoming leadership and so on. That's not how we work. Factions or divisions, if you like, have to be outrooted each time they rear their ugly heads. There is a tendency of those who survive by gossiping, rumor mongering and bad-mouthing others, and telling lies, misinformation, dirty lobbying, vilifications and mudslinging have to be stopped. Politics of money are too much with us. This thing of vote buying, whether in cash or in kind, in the form of patronage, so as to auction the union to those who dislike it. Or even collaborating with other unions to weaken SADTU. Self-aggrandizement must be dealt with the last atom of our strength. You can't be a member of your handlers instead of being a member of the union. To always go back to say, what must I say, what must I do, and so on, and they direct you what to do. That's not how it works. I know that in one of the provinces in the country, due to this challenge here, rural allowance, there are people who came into leadership because of that thing, who promised members that take those ones out. If I go in, I'll bring you rural allowance. And they did not bring that rural allowance. Come the next conference, you are kicked out because you lied. Because what goes around comes around, comrades. Whatever it is that you do and you think it ends there, it will come back to bite you. So let's be aware of worse drivers. As Tambo would have said, let them be exposed for who they really are. Organizational discipline is what we have to adhere to. It must be the order of the day. The SADTU I know does not have a dustbin of leaders. Did you hear me? Francis Bart. The SADTU I know and I have helped to form does not have a dustbin of leaders. These comrades who are here, even if you take one of them out today, you must know that they have sympathizers. There's no leader who does not have sympathizers. So whatever it is that you do, you must bear in mind that for you to maintain that unity moving forward, what are you going to do about your fellow leaders? So that tomorrow, when they kick you out as well, you are able to be assisted. You don't help, you will not be helped. History doesn't have blank pages, the student chapter was reminding us. So we are the architects of our own destiny. Whatever it is that we are doing here will always come back in one way or the other. So these fights that we experience in our organization, what are they about? What are people fighting about or for? Why are you not able to sit down, talk, and take the organization forward? Without hoping that it's democratic that the ballot must be used. But before the ballot is used, are you not able to tell the ballot what must happen? You wait for the ballot to tell you what to do. There are organizational protocols on elective meetings which have to be adhered to. The NEC has strengthened those protocols which were adopted in 2017, but because of the new tendencies, the last NEC in March made sure that those protocols are strengthened. They have to be adhered to. I know they are in one of your books here. The NEC is the highest decision-making structure in between conferences and NGC. So their decision, for instance, on protocols, can be questioned. You are one of our smallest in the country. 6,500 thereabout. You have 2,500 more to make 9,000. You need to close ranks and work together, moving forward. You have to. You have no choice. It's a must for anybody to take you serious up there. It's when you speak in one voice. But if you are fragmented, it's a problem. We want a united organization across the board. So we know that
Thank you, President Namakwa.
we know that you are facing a lot of challenges as a province. I speak here of norms and standards dispersions. I was in your PEC of the year before last in November, December. It must have been in November before we closed. Was it December? I was in that PEC in December 2024. You spoke in one voice. You were very angry. You wanted a strike as early as yesterday. You complained about norms and standards not being dispersed. You complained about LTSM distribution to schools for the academic year 2025. You complained vehemently about non-payment of pay progression. You complained about scholar transport provision. You complained about dilapidated classrooms. You complained about infrastructural backlogs. And you wanted action as early as yesterday. But because it is not for you to call for an action, if you do, it must be subjected to the NEC. We're a unitary structure. So the NEC decided that we must engage the department together with you, which we did. You complained about austerity measures being the key driver of all the challenges as elucidated above. But despite that, you got 87.7% in matric results this year. It's a significant milestone. So we are not a worker-raised organization. We don't look at ourselves only. But SADTU is a beacon of hope in our country, as Mandela would have said at our opening conference in October 1990. From 30,000 members then, we are now 280,000. 280,000 and more. It's fluctuating between 282 to 287. And the target that we have set for ourselves is that come the next Congress in 2029, we should have reached 300,000. In collective bargaining, numbers do count. That is why we are the largest union in the PSCBC and in the ELRC throughout the country. I know there are challenges of us not being that much high in terms of numbers in Western Cape sometimes, but generally we are doing very well across the board. In the ELRC, we are the biggest. But we do not pull a trigger.
Sorry, my president.
Wait. When you come back, don't bring the mic so that I'll just see you are here, you speak. This is killing the comrades, the ears. Which one? Oh, Isaka Pixley Kaseme. Okay. So we do not pull a trigger at the slightest provocation. If we do so very responsibly. Like we refused you the permission to call on a strike. We refused and said, no, you're not going to. But what did you do yourselves? You went on a work to rule. For how many days? 3 days. You were already tired and said, no, let's call this thing off, even before it started. What happened? Was it not called off? Because you're not leading yourselves. The people who were there urging you, we want a strike and all that, in December 2024, the same people came back and said, no, this thing is not good. They said this thing is not good, the same people. So you can see that as you are sleeping, you think that you are leading here, but there are some infiltrations that come through the back door to say, hey man, this thing, pull it off, man. That's what transpired. So it was put off. You call for a strike, members say we want a strike. The NEC says no, let's go and engage. In those engagements, it was during December holidays. I was part of those meetings together with the leadership collective here. Come January, no LTSM, no norms and standards, pay progression had not been implemented. What happened? It was called off. Who pulled the trigger to say, no, you can't continue? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Oftentimes the NEC intervenes through the National Working Committee. That's why I was deployed to be part of your meetings. We can teach and fight at the same time, so we say. So the month of June, comrades, is the youth month in Mzansi, in our country. Why the youth, I'll come to that. So the Workers' Month, May, has just ended. You would know that when the students in Soweto marched on the 16th of June, 1976, which is 50 years ago, they were doing so fighting against the 50-50 policy of Afrikaans and English as a medium of instructions. But there were other issues as well. Local government elections is just around the corner, comrades. And Human Science Research Council report tells us that this will be the toughest since the democratic breakthrough in 1994. Why? Because we are too fragmented. And it looks like the fragmentation is too much with us, still coming, even more. There are two main parties of whites in the country. Freedom Front Plus and the DA. But how many parties are you going to have in the local government elections? Well over 500 parties. What do you call that? Because those who have deep pockets have a way of funding the spoilers, as we call them. 2024 general elections have come and gone. That is why we are having what we call government of national unity, government of provincial unity, and government of local unity in some hung municipalities.
4 PWCs, when the 4 comes back, the other 4 must come. Then that FM, 4 PWCs, that FM, when the 4 comes, the other 4 come.
Thank you, DP. So, in this province, we did not get 50 plus 1, comrades. We are in a government of provincial unity. By one vote. We needed Freedom Front Plus to help us to cross that river. We're not going to form a government without the help of the Freedom Front Plus. So the local government elections, comrades, requires us to go out in our numbers to elect the African National Congress overwhelmingly back into power. If we don't do that, we will live to regret that. There is a voter registration on the 21st to the 22nd of June 2026. A mop-up one should follow in August. We need to redouble our efforts in encouraging voters to go out in their numbers to vote for the ANC. By the way, we have a decision as SADTU. It's a Congress resolution that has been reaffirmed over and over again. But because of the SACP's decision to contest independently in these local government elections, we are having a special Congress in August to review that decision. There is a motion that you need to deal with here regarding that. And
President, I want to check, that FM, are they abstaining?
we can't afford, comrades, to have a situation wherein we are divided because of the ANC, SACP. Our union must come first, moving forward. Because there's no way. You have some among us who are ANC, you have some that are SACP. Must we really abandon the union because of the elections? It shouldn't be. So voter apathy must not be allowed to thrive at the hands, in our hands at the expense of the democratic dispensation. We know that our people need roads, not potholes. They want roads. That's what they want. They are not going to vote ANC back into power or whoever is contesting because it is a novelty to do so. They want roads, not potholes. That's what the electorate yearns for. They want clean water and not cholera or bilharzia infested one, which might lead to their demise. Our people, because we've been doing door to door ever since 1994, they tell us that they want electricity, they want quality public education, they want safety in their communities, they want jobs above all. That's what they want. They frown upon corruption. They frown upon gatekeeping. The electorate frown upon arrogance. Hence, we have moved from around 67, 69% in the early 90s to now only 40% as the ANC, as part of the alliance. What more if that alliance does not exist? What more if we go our separate ways? We shudder to imagine what will happen. Our numbers have dwindled massively, comrades. Tender premiers are wreaking havoc across the board. We've been saying, what is it that is leading to the demise of the ANC? Among other things, would be your tenders. That those who eat are few. Instead of insourcing, it's tenders. People sleep filthy poor. They wake up filthy rich. And they boast about the monies they have, buying beautiful cars, many of them around, and even changing what they are eating and drinking. Chinua Achebe says to us that there was a rat that had swallowed a very important diamond. And there were about 1,000 rats. And they called an expert to come, and they can't kill all of them to dissect them to see where the rat is. They can't. Yes. I wanted to check that red thing so that you get it in context. It's a very important teaching about the red. And this is what happens. Okay, let me not waste your time. Now, here it is. Chinua Achebe says, a rat swallowed a diamond. The owner of the diamond contracted a man to kill it. When the rat hunter arrived, there were more than 1,000 rats bunched up and one sitting by itself away from the rest. He spotted and killed the one sitting by itself, and to the owner's surprise, it was the one that had swallowed the diamond. The amazed owner of the diamond asked, "How did you know it was that red?" In response, he said, "It was very easy. When idiots get rich, they don't mix with others." This is what entrepreneurs are doing to us. Ba blofa ka tšhelete ya rena. But Madanga is here. Hey, it's very interesting. Go monate mona. Yes, yes. When they are supposed to account Madanga Commission, the most interesting one is that one of a toilet paper on the forehead. I like that one. Because you sweat like never before. We have water mafias, we have those who are hijacking businesses, and it's as if it's life as normal. Comrades, ask those whose provinces are not under the African National Congress. They will tell you how bad it is. You go to Western Cape, you go to KZN now of late, it's tough. Very bad. So let's redouble our efforts to help ANC regain the lost ground. The Special National Congress of SADTU in August will guide us further on this matter. And let me take this opportunity on behalf of the NEC to wish you everything of the best in your deliberations moving forward, and all of the best in your conference, comrades. It's up to you what you want to make of this union. We will not be here for life. We've played our part. Thank you.
Away, two. Thank you very much, President, for the input in the council keynote address. Well appreciated and well received. Thank you very much. Comrades, we are doing very well in terms of time. We are left with only one item before we call it a day. And PS has promised that she's going to speak to the Secretariat report. So we want to call upon conference to bring the provincial secretary with a powerful slogan to come and present the report. Immediately when we finish it, we'll call it a day. So we have done very well.
Amandla. 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 Viva SADTU, viva. Viva SADTU, viva. Viva Northern Cape SADTU, viva. Aikule Northern Cape, aikule. Sawubona Northern Cape Qina. Amandla. Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson of the session. We are rising as the Secretariat of the Northern Cape Province to present the report on behalf of the Executive Committee. Once more, Chairperson, as we present this important document, we want to stand on the protocol that has been established since the morning. The report that I'm having in front of me have 146 pages. If I may also say what Comrade Shushu say, it's 36,952 words. And I'm going to read it verbatim. It did not take 2 hours to prepare this report, so you can't expect me to take 2 hours to present it. And it's a report of 4 years. So relax. We'll leave the hall for 4 years. Every hour, every year is an hour, so we'll be sitting here for 4 years at least for this report. Chairperson, we are meeting here today, convened by the Provincial Executive Committee, mandated by the Constitution of SADTU as amended in September 2024. 4 years ago, we convened the second Quadrennial Provincial Conference and committed ourselves to improve membership service. At the heart of our individual and collective action, we agreed to place a member first. This year, due to the constitutional directive, we have convened to review the organizational state. To enable the very review of the state of the organization, we are tabling this Secretariat report on behalf of the Provincial Executive Committee. Driven by the principle of accountability, we strongly believe that the content of this report must help to assess if we have acted consistent with the demands of the last provincial conference. Perhaps to begin, deliberately to position the constant reminder behind our deeds throughout the term of office. It becomes important to refer to Ho Chi Minh and his regard. Ho Chi Minh asserts that, open quotes, if one possesses the moral qualities of a revolutionary, they will not become frightened, lose their head, or retreat before difficulties and defeats. One will, without hesitation, sacrifice their personal interest for the sake of the common interest of the party, the revolution, the working class, the nation, and the whole of humanity. If need be, they will even sacrifice their life readily and without regret, close quotes. Propelled by this situation, we understood that we needed unwavering dedication. We understood that we had to be capable and prepared to undertake the long journeys without claiming fatigue over our difficulties and defeats. In short, comrades delegates, we refused to retreat in the face of difficulties and retreats. We could do this because we chose a member before our personal interests. Driven by this conjunction, we knew that there are different phases in the revolution, each phase requiring a specific mindset anchored on the totality of its demands. Whatever the demands were, however heavy, our mindset was to widen our shoulders in order to carry the wishes of the membership. Furthermore, we knew that to successfully confront moments within a phase of the revolution, two pillars becomes critical: an unwavering dedication to the cause and leadership capable of carrying heavy burden on their shoulders, for they draw strength from the cause declared gloriously and revolutionary. And therefore, we could dedicate ourselves to the cause loyally and honestly, and even declared the very cause glorious and revolutionary because we chose a member before our personal interest. This assembly of SADTU delegates to this third Quadrennial Provincial Conference is convened under the theme, mobilizing the consciousness and uniting revolutionary professionals in strengthening foundational learning and functional skills in advancing inclusive and sustainable economic growth in the pursuance of a socialist society. Obviously, this theme constitutes our guiding principles, for it demands that in our daily work, we search, find and organize the working class as a conscious force. We act in a manner that unites the revolutionary professionals and assign them the sacred responsibility of deepening foundational learning and functional skills. To carry this task, there is an urgent need for the moral qualities of a revolutionary. Delegates, we are summoned here today, firstly to protect our constitution, but furthermore to appreciate that whenever we may choose to look, there are problems that need committed collective efforts. With this in mind, when we cast our eyes wide open, deliberately choosing to see, we can clearly see a reversal on public quality education through disinvestment. This disinvestment manifests itself through reduction of monies allocated to schools, and consequently, schools run out of learning materials such as books, papers, printing materials, electricity, and at worst, reduced feeding. This then means a direct violation of the right to education. Of course, these problems need deliberate efforts of leadership provision and presence. In a word, an existing solution found in the human mind described as a leader. We fought this battle in the past because we chose a member over everything. Whatever the shortcomings, we remain firm that ours has and will be about member over self. Certainly, our membership in this province must be overjoyed that from today and tomorrow and the day after, an acknowledgement of whatever troubles them will not only be laid bare, but solutions will be generated.
Members of SADTU in this province are confronted with a number of unfair labor practices, ranging from unsafe and hazardous working environment to non-implementation of collective agreements. In view of this, these members gave us authority to speak on their behalf and find solutions that improves the quality of work environment, let alone their lives. Understanding the responsibility and the weight on our shoulders, we chose and we will choose members and their aspirations, for they placed their unqualified trust in the union. Today, here present, are members elected as delegates for purposes of assisting to give effect to this task. We are bringing back the organization to her members, still intact, alive, more visible, having grown from 5,514 in April 22 to 6,818 in April 2026. In this meeting are minds too brilliant and independent such that when we live here, our own thinking will be improved and sound solution will be brought forth. With absolute hope, given our collective concerns about the members, we know that none dare challenge the assertion when we proclaim that in our midst, we don't have individuals whose main preoccupation is the phenomenon. With absolute hope, given our collective concerns about the members, we know that none dare challenge the assertion when we proclaim that in our midst, we don't have individuals whose main preoccupation is the phenomenon get elected. For if such exists, it would be possible that in the minds of such delegates is one but repeatedly get elected and get elected and get elected. Effectively, that would mean the promotion of self over substance. And since we chose to be revolutionaries, we equally choose unity over divisions. Delegates, we are SADTU, and SADTU demands discipline from all her members. And because we are SADTU, we are in equal measures too big to fail in the duty imposed upon us, to advance for the member and to always act in solidarity. Once again, we are SADTU, and because of we are SADTU, we refuse to be frightened, to lose our head or retreat before challenges and trials. In this work of the member, we could, without hesitation, sacrifice ourselves for the sake of the common interest of the union, the revolution, the working class, and the whole of the membership. Let us be reminded, comrades delegates, that we're dealing with a fundamental human right, which is education, of which we cannot falter as the progressive union. Faltering will be failing not only the children in our school, but the parents, the society, the education system itself, and the revolutionary task. Undoubtedly, with the privilege of leading SADTU as the biggest organization in the education sector and in the public sector, comes the organizational responsibility of servicing members diligently. We present this report with pillars contained in the 2030 vision of SADTU, and these pillars are servicing our union members, creating a learning nation, promoting a development-oriented nation, and building a delivery-based organizational capacity. On pillar number 3, let me indicate, comrades, delegates, that this political section is quite long as we are trying to refer back to history and developments as back as the past 4 years of our tenure since 2022 calls back to date. In doing that, with the current political trajectory, we needed to go back into the archives of history and present some references that will enrich our discussions in commissions. We are saying this because history has no blank pages. It's always a reminder of where we come from. Without taking a long time dwelling in the report, I'll invite delegates to make time tonight and enrich themselves in preparation for commissions and plenary on Friday. But it is important to touch on few things in the report, maybe to give you an appetite to go and read and research on what we are presenting. The past 4 years has been marked by seasons and facets of turmoil in the political terrain, both locally and globally. We can comfortably characterize it as being an exhaustive and fatigue exploration of history, a complex dilemma with a revolution for a revolution. A revolution for a revolution, we have a cycle of continuous changes where each action prompts a counter-action. The political situation requires clear understanding of these developments, such that when you present your revolutionary efforts, you balance it. But also we should be well informed to can analyze challenges in pursuit of our historical mission of advancing the NDR. Trying to clearly explain the history of our struggle, including a detailed look at the NDR and the political situation in South Africa after the 1994 democratic breakthrough. This report clearly presents the NDR and the South African struggle as both a struggle for nationalism and class liberation, aiming for socialism. By nationalism, we mean the fight for the country's independence, self-rule, control over resources. And by class liberation, we mean fighting to improve the lives of workers and oppressed people and to carry a fair society based on socialism. This report also explained that the NDR is part of an international struggle rooted in South Africa's specific context. Ideologically and politically, it is based on the unity between the leading forces: the National Liberation Movement, which is the ANC, the Vanguard, which is the party, the Federation COSATU, of which we are part of. And the unity is core to fight our struggles. The Revolutionary Alliance was further strengthened following Moses Kotani's 1934 Craddock letter, resulting in the communist programs to swell the ranks of the ANC, and this should also remind us of the Polokwane Conference, ANC conference attendance of our federation and the growing work with the unions. On the NDR, comrades, we're reflecting on the NDR globally and what it means. But importantly,
that in South Africa, the NDR specifically focus on ending apartheid, overcoming colonial legacy, and building a society-based democracy, equality, and socialism. Our National Congress theme is speaking to pursuance of a socialist society, meaning we have not yet arrived. Key to this is that in understanding the history and the development and evolution of capitalism, what then becomes the duty of revolutionaries. The duty of revolutionaries at all times is to do a concrete analysis, basing themselves on the guidance of historical materialism, scientific history of class struggle, and comparative experience of the working class throughout the world and in different regions and countries of the world. This we say because the truth is concrete and nothing is exempt from the facts. Analysis and struggle if we are to derive correct observation, theory, and correct practice. In this regard, we seek to avoid generalization on the other hand and exceptionalism on the other, given the experiences of the revolutions in general and our own NDR in particular, which is a key part of the global struggle against capitalism. We have to frame discussions correctly with due consideration for many experiences of other revolutions and liberation movement on the continent and beyond about how they perform or are performing currently. On the historical mission of SADTU as a class-orientated affiliate, we are reporting and we are reflecting that the historical mission of this affiliate throughout its existence has been and continues to be the struggle of national liberation and democratic order for women's emancipation and socialism. We do this by involving as many members as possible in the classroom activities and community work. One particular struggle is gender struggle that we often theorize and make slogan out of the struggle women go through in their homes, on the streets, on appointments, on socializing, and worse, women who make a sacrifice and compromise when they avail themselves in leading the revolution. Patriarchy is a reality which requires to be eradicated with everything and anything possible to not only punctuate quantitatively the SADTU constitution, but significantly to grow qualitatively the Women Commissariat to advance a complete revolution. SADTU as a trade union is one of the red trade unions that were established workers' organization to assert workers' control on all workplaces, but also to be the most organized formation of the working class to advance the struggle for deepening democracy, which ostensibly represent struggle for socialism, struggle for radical transformation of the structure of the South African economy, undoing the monopoly, concentration of the economy towards an open economy of the service and benefits of society, eliminating poverty and social inequality, which so much defines South Africans past and present. How do we position Africa to challenge imperialism? The African continent must determine how best to position itself to confront imperialism. African unity and unity that is principles is of paramount importance here. True unity will not come from bureaucratic agreements, but from the struggles of our people in the street, in the fields, and in factories. Unity must be principled, not a utopian vision that allows this serving imperialist interest to undermine it. For African unity to succeed, it must rest on an anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist foundation. On the crisis of liberal democracy, comrades delegates, without boring you with what happens globally, we want to just highlight that the starting of Trump's election was the beginning of the problems. The abduction of the Venezuela president was nothing but not a surprise, and SADTU called on individual countries' sovereignty. Remember, comrades, I said we are inviting you to go through the political report, to enrich yourself for commissions, and as we are going to take a critical decision that must inform the decision in the Special National Congress. We also highlighted that we will be touching on few things that we think are paramount in this report. Thus, you must move very fast to move with me. We are also presenting to conference the GNU and its contradictions. This is just but another confirmation of the political complexities that we referred to earlier on in our report. And I'm sure as SADTU, we are the ones feeling the GNU, more so that our sector was provided with the DA minister, who clearly worked against SADTU. This is the DA that remains an anti-worker, anti-poor, and white supremacy organization funded by capital to pursue the interest. Lest we forget, May last year, the DA did not join the May Day celebration of Workers' Day. But on the 2nd of May, the DA staged an infinite march to COSATU House, attacking the Federation and the SACP, labeling us as enemies of the DA and enemies of business growth in South Africa. We've seen the DA taking a march with the racist ultra-right AfriForum in opposition to the implementation of the Bella Act. Just last year, when the president signed expropriation bill into law, again sparking condemnation by the very same GNU partners, inclusive of the DA and the Freedom Front. As we are moving delegates to the state of local government, we are presenting that the state is established to function through its 3 spheres of government, being national government, which makes policy and legislation, the provincial government to build provincial administration of government functions, and the municipal spheres as the direct spheres of service delivery to communities. In the 30 years of local governments, we have witnessed a significant collapse in the governance in many municipalities. Many such municipalities across the country are in a poor state. As education workers, we continue to urge that the neoliberal policy trajectory first introduced by the 1996 class project with austerity, with elements of privatization, has impacted state transformation and its capacity negatively by allowing out the state and the provision of public services. The biggest cancerous phenomenon of neoliberal project has been externalization of the provision of public service through tenderization of the state, resulting in substandard quality work across municipalities. Besides crisis of collapse in municipalities caused by the poor governments, the current funding model for local governance continues to create for funding challenges for municipalities in poor communities. Comrades, as we are moving to the state of the alliance, of which I will not dwell because the President and the General Secretary of SADTU have spoken to. We just want to indicate that the SACP's 5th Special National Congress resolution on the state power is one of the complexities that we are referring to in the political trajectory. Given the decision, SADTU, as a progressive teacher union, will convene a special congress in August to decide on the matter. SADTU has done extensive work and research to summarize for provinces to discuss at provincial conference in preparation for the special congress. At the back of the document of page book 1 is the summaries that we are presenting here that were sent to structures well in advance to prepare for discussion in this conference on the decision that the party has taken to contest for state power. We are convening this special conference because the decision of the party, comrades, is not something that as SADTU we can wake up the next day and decide on it without having done proper analysis of what the decision's impact might be, especially on the working class. This conference, soberly, ideologically, mindful of history, must deliberate on the party decision and mandate the Northern Cape delegates on what to be done. We must indicate that the party in the province has been consistent in playing its political counseling and ideological cultivation in ensuring that the historical mission of trade union in character and in daily execution of the mandate do not get derailed. But we must also indicate that understanding the role that the party plays, some leaders wanted to exploit this. And at some point, in realization that there's non-acknowledgement of leaders and protocol in the organization, we had to call order, and order was sustained. The party participation and involvement in our activities have never ran short, and its top leadership representation and delegations have always reminded us of all of us that working class, and in particular we the workers of the mind, are not just but an affiliate of SADTU. The SACP has been on the ground and has launched the Red Caravan, which serves as a symbolic outreach campaign in all 9 provinces. The campaign was designed to mobilize grassroots communities and traditional leaders, emphasizing issues like land reform, economic justice, and working class empowerment. We are reporting, comrades, delegates, that with the decision that the party took, the party organized all affiliates meetings to formally communicate their decision. They also met SADTU leadership in the form of the PWC. And the PWC, as disciplined cadres, with some of them serving in the party structures, remain disciplined cadres. to communicate and reaffirm SADTU's National Congress resolution and the process that we have embarked on to make sure we take an informed decision. We had hoped, and we must say, comrades, maybe it was my wish, that given the complexity of party decision, both the ANC and the party will come to the table and agree on a strategy of attending to all concerns, challenges in the alliance, and also to have an approach of attending to the elections. But unfortunately, we are where we are. We can report to conference of SADTU that we have a cordial relationship with the party in the province. We also wish to appreciate the attempt by the party to bring affiliates together. Also appreciate the attempt by the Communist Party in the province to try and intervene between SADTU and NEHAWU when the federation did not have any appetite or intention to address the matter between the two affiliates. We thought we are going to say this in the presence of the General Secretary of COSATU, that for the longest of time in the province, there's been tensions between NEHAWU and COSATU to a point that our members decided not to attend COSATU activities because of how NEHAWU treated them. Because of the mandate that we were provided by structures to sign an agreement in the PSCBC. It's unfortunate that the General Secretary is not here. On the Congress of the South African Trade Union, COSATU, we are reporting delegates that COSATU in the province is as good as non-existent. We are saying this with empirical evidence that we will present to conference that the Federation died a slow death from Colesberg Conference in 2022. Since then, the Federation was never stable nor able to claim the ground as worker representative. SADTU has always been having concerns about the state of the Federation in the province. Amongst other reasons, the Federation was unable to draw members to attend the activities of COSATU. But disturbingly, in every gathering of COSATU, SADTU has been attacked, including our own SADTU CEC members that will be deployed to address activities of COSATU. And we are reiterating that the POBs of COSATU in the province since then never had appetite to resolve the matter between the affiliates. That's why when we reported on the party, we appreciated their concern of the fracture in the COSATU and how they tried to intervene so that we become a united federation. Without any doubt, we deduced that Colesberg Conference has put COSATU in a state of paralysis, that it is today and unfortunate that all remedies tried did not yield any good results. That conference, in the build-up towards it, there was character assassination, propaganda, wedge driving, lies towards the conference. And what we are not learning is that all these ills, they are not only dealing with the individual targeted, but they affect the organization. And those individuals, They affect the organization that those individuals are leading. And when the organization is affected, members are disserviced. But let's also indicate, comrades delegates, that the federation, as capable of assessing itself, was bound to rebuild and emerge stronger. And as part of its assessment and its diagnostic report, the COSATU Best Berat was convened in 2023. And the federation, out of that, identified the following challenges. That leadership of the federation was not available to lead. There was serious lack of appetite from affiliates to attend campaigns. But how also COSATU failed to take issues from affiliates concerning them to the level where the authorities can decide, when in the sector we were not able to do that. And I'm going to speak to that matter. The federation also, in their findings, found that the PEC members were selective in attending meetings of the federations. The province had weak attendance of campaigns. Unity was eroding slowly in the province, and there was lack of solidarity amongst the unions. But the truth is that even after the Bos Berat, there was no much change, but tensions and fights in meetings overpowered the task at hand. Programs were organized, but attendance from all affiliates were a testimony of a dying COSATU. As an affiliate of COSATU, we also had our own sectoral challenges that we had hoped the federation will assist us as part of the alliance, but there was no will until we decided as SADTU to jump the boat and organize meetings with MECs relevant, including the Premier, because the sector was suffering. And even on that, COSATU continued to have a problem with what SADTU was doing. But we could not, comrades, fold our arms when the sector was suffering, and when you go to education, they will refer you to treasury. We had to organize those meetings without COSATU. Given this that we have just presented, SADTU had concerns on the livelihoods of COSATU. And towards the COSATU Provincial Conference in February 2025, and SADTU in opening the debates on leadership, understanding the state of the federation, was interested to rebuild the COSATU and saw it fit that SADTU must fill the position of the Provincial Secretary of the Federation. But ourselves as the PEC again, towards Congress, we changed the mandate and supported the retention of the same leaders that we didn't have confidence on, being comfortable also to support Nehau for chairperson and deputize the same Nehau who openly declared war against us. Nevertheless, comrades, the following delegates were elected at the provincial conference of COSATU. Comrade Jack Cupido from Nehau as chairperson, Comrade Rudy Van Zyl, deputy provincial chairperson from SADTU, Comrade Urapeleng Moraladi, the provincial secretary from NUM, and Comrade Linda, the provincial treasurer from SAEPU. We must indicate, comrades, and maybe remind you, because we believe these reports you received in your REC meetings, as we have presented them in the PEC meeting, that since that conference of Springbok in February 2022, the leadership elected never occupied office. Unfortunately for the province, the leadership that was elected at the conference of February 2025 in Springbok never occupied office. The conference outcome was disputed by affiliates, and after all measures, the CEC then took a decision to disband the POBs of the Northern Cape and put Northern Cape under administration. That's why you see today we are addressed by the General Secretary of SADTU and not the Provincial Secretary, because the POBs elected were put under administration. After the CEC decision, a special PEC was convened in the province by the General Secretary in preparation for the special Congress that was to be convened in November 2025. And immediately after that special meeting, the leadership elected took SADTU to court on the following two matters. One, on the urgent application to interdict the special provincial congress that was to be scheduled, or that was scheduled for 5-6 November 2025. The second matter, the comrades took SADTU to court on the alleged illegal decision of the CEC to disband the POBs elected at the Northern Cape Provincial Congress in 2025 February. I said the POBs, the province was put under administration because the CEC took a decision to disband the POBs. On the first matter, comrades, on the interdict of the special Congress, the court said on the 31st of October 2025, and the urgent interdict was granted against SADTU Provincial Congress. So we never went to SADTU Provincial Congress. And the other matter is still to be dealt with or to be heard in court. Whilst these processes are unfolding, SADTU in the province has been in a lull. SADTU in the province have only been dealing with activities as per the national calendar. We never had a meeting of SADTU as per the constitution to deal with matters of affiliates in the province. But the expectation, comrades, was that given the CEC decision, the NOBs were supposed to deal with the affairs of the province to stabilize the province, but that never happened. And we are coming here today that the POBs and the CEC of SADTU failed SADTU Northern Cape. It cannot be that we are 16 months out of the conference of SADTU, and as the province, we never had a single meeting in the province to deal with issues of affiliates. And we are having challenges. The GS referred to GEMS. There was a march in all other provinces on GEMS. As SADTU in the province, we were not coordinated properly by the CEC, to an extent that on the eve of the march, we organized ourselves as affiliates to also go and picket at GEMS offices. And comrades, this was supposed to be coordinated by COSATU because it was a COSATU march against GEMS, which is a PSCBC resolution. It will be wrong for us to say SADTU did not organize us for the march when that march was supposed to be organized by COSATU. We are also reporting to conference that the provincial gender conference also took place on the 27th of April 2025 in Springbok. The conference, the gender conference, was presided over by the POBs of COSATU, as there was no leadership of the gender elected in the previous conference. And that led to that conference not having discussions, not having a report, not even having a declaration. The following comrades were elected in 2025 gender conference. Provincial Chairperson Lerato Sithole from Nehau, Deputy Provincial Chairperson Charlotte Fredericks from SAMU, the Provincial Secretary Siamisang Reed from Popcrew, the Deputy Provincial Secretary from Dinosa. But we must also indicate that given the state of the federation in the province, even this structure of gender never had any activities. It has been a lull since we left Springbok. We are reporting, comrades delegates, that the May Day rallies have been organized in the province since 2023. But we can also indicate that given the numbers of affiliates and given the unions that are in the affiliates, the attendance to these May Days was also a testimony of a dying COSATU. Whether we like it or not, comrades, we cannot have a May Day for workers in the province and only fill half of the hall. And we want to say that we have a COSATU that is alive in the province. We're reporting on the 40th celebration of COSATU, the national one, on the African National Congress. The ANC as a broad church and leader of society remains the strategic component of the society, with immense state leadership experience and a record of improving the livelihood of the poor and the working class. Let's indicate, comrades, and maybe remind you, taking for granted that you know that President Cyril Ramaphosa has declared the period leading up to the upcoming municipal elections as the year of decisive action to fix failing municipality and improve service delivery. SADTU, like we indicated, that at some point, comrades, we had to jump the boat and organize meetings with the Premier, with the Secretary of the ANC, because the sector was in a crisis. SADTU, working with the ANC in the province, have been what we expected it to be: a cordial, with a mutual respect and benefit for the execution and attainment of the quality public education. The ANC has always appreciated the voice of the teachers, and this confidence is recorded in the history with the establishment of SADTU back in 1990. Hence, the ANC Provincial Conference invited SADTU to come and make contributions in commissions that they thought that we will make an impact as SADTU. We are reporting on the leadership that was elected at the 10th Provincial Conference of the ANC. But we also want to indicate, comrades, that the provincial leadership is actively mobilizing grassroots campaigns across all 233 wards in the province to prepare for the 2026 local polls. They are also regaining momentum in critical by-elections, such as flipping municipalities like Hantam that was previously held by the DA. We are reporting on COSAS, Chairperson. That for the period under review, we had COSAS that was not stable in the province. At some point, COSAS was led by two factions in the province, led by national leadership. And this caused a lot of confusion in the province to an extent that we decided that we are not going to deal with COSAS in the province because of their divisions and factions. For the longest of time, COSAS has been led. COSAS has been led by task teams. And we can also report that those task teams will never finish their term of reference and they will be disbanded. COSAS have been struggling to hold provincial conference to elect leadership. But we can report that in 2025 December, they were able to convene a provincial conference and leaders were elected at the provincial conference. And we are working with the leadership to assist them with programs that they have in assisting stability in schools, because it's our members that we are struggling with in many schools. NASJEP, comrades, delegates, we want to report that we have done whatever we could do to resuscitate NASJEP in the province. We gave all our resources, we gave all our FTSs, we gave all our leadership and even our time to build NASJEP. We had meetings that we organized in the provincial office. We formed a task team comprising of all regions where we had a teacher component and a parent component. And we gave the task team a mandate on what they need to do. But unfortunately, comrades, we can't stand here proudly and report that we are having a vibrant NASJEP. But again, the other problem with NASJEP is principals who does not want to register with NASJEP. At some point, I was called that we don't want NASJEP because NASJEP is going to take the responsibilities of the school governing bodies. And comrades, no. And the worry, comrades, is that this white association, what do you call it? Is taking is as we are rushing, Chairperson, through the report, we are also presenting the socio-economic factors and the sluggish growth in terms of the real GDP by 0.4% in the fourth quarter of 2025, bringing the full year GDP growth rate to 1.5%. With the socio-economic factors, comrades, delegates, we are reporting on fuel prices increase. That is also affecting the price at the factories as producer price index. We also indicating the poverty and equality in South Africa, but we are also highlighting in the report unemployment and cost of living. That is another driving factor of high crime rates and social instabilities. on pillar number 2, creating a learning nation, will only touch on few things, but will expatiate more. We deal with the education report. We're highlighting only, comrades, the Bella Basic Education Law Amendment that was signed and that we referred to earlier on, but with concerns of the rejection by the ECDP. And that is when we took a decision, comrades, that we need to have a political school, because our comrades or our member community, surprisingly, those who have learners in disadvantaged schools were against our inputs that we were providing as SADTU, but supported when we were dealing with the submission what DA and ACDP was advancing. But unfortunately, we never had that political school. We are presenting that as we are bringing back this organization, comrades, in the last provincial conference, did not have in the province the academic forum. But this year, to yourself that the PEC Leadership Collective was able to form the academic fora in the province, and we can proudly present that the academic fora is functional, the comrades are writing, and in our midst today, we are having the convener and the coordinator of the academic fora, and I'm going to request them to stand up and we give them a round of applause. Comrades, we are indicating also in the report that under the period that we have served from 2022 to date, we were also able to convene a principal seminar, which was one of many to come, where we drew 100 principals. It's one of the achievements that we have made as this PWC since the formation of SADTU in the province. There were activities that this leadership collective of the PEC were able to start from where form. Comrades, we are about to start pulse training, where SETA have given us money from their reserves, and also we wanted 150 principals, but when we struggled, principals because of leadership, and we are promising to the comrades that before end of June, you would have started with the program. On the status and relations with SADTU and Northern Cape Department of Education, we must report to conference that since 2022, who acted for 4 months, and currently we are having again the acting Dr. Ishmael, who started February 2024 to date. But we must say, comrades, that the post was advertised, and although they were capable comrades to be appointed, an appointment was not made. This acting is not only with the HODs, but when you go to head office, when you go to the district office, it's like a stage of actors, because most of the officials there are acting. And with acting, comrades, that were officials, some of them acted in positions for more than 10 years, It reduces employee morale. It disrupts the workflow. Tends to change. But it also brings negative impacts on performance, both of the individuals, but the sector. This is the right thing. But when we get to the action, agree to our bilateral pose them to come back and report. We pose to change the sector and for implementation. But the question that maybe we must ask ourselves is, what have we gained out of many bilaterals that we had? Does the bilateral that we attend and discuss issues and not implement, can that relationship be referred to as a cordial relationship? It's a pity the MEC left. We wanted to raise this in the presence of the MEC, that it can't ever have bilaterals, but there's no implementation. A case in point, the issue of the organogram. When we were on work to rule, when we were having pickets in the province beginning of the year, when we were raising an issue of officials in the department 30, 40 years, the department promised that because of the process of reviewing the organogram, that they will finish in April. They will not deal with the issues of acting because that will on the organogram. That was in February 2025. To date, we have never received the organogram. What we only received was a presentation of the organogram, but partly, not the whole organogram. And when we requested to be provided with the organogram, as we were being consulted, we were promised that it's still going for the NECT review and advice. And after that, we received the organogram. To date, we don't have a organogram. But what is worrying on this matter, comrades, is that some of the posts that are in the proposed organogram are being filled. And what is also a problem is that when we are talking to the principal, our own members are. But is it right that we keep quiet when we are promised an organogram, we don't get it, it was not adopted or approved, but proposed are being implemented in their appointments? We cannot be attacked a matter of principle. But a particular member or province, we are attacked by our own comrades, especially those that are when we are raising this matter, and that cannot be right. We said that a responsibility of leading for members and not for our own interest. On a program of action that we took, that the president referred to earlier on, is that when we went on work to rule, like the NEC has decided that we will work with the NOB, we consulted on any action that we were to take as the province. nonsense standards were not paid. Hey, this thing yanti disturb. Can you kuleni so that balungisi mic?
Kudala sisebenzela maphumo Senzima smangane Kudala sisebenzela maphumo Senzima smanyane Aluta continua Basebenzi maslangane Aluta
Amandla. Thanks, comrades. We are continuing, comrades, that what took us to the picket lines was the failure of the employer to pay Section 21. Like the president would have said that in December when we were in the PC, there was an assessment that Section 21 was supposed to have been paid by August, but in December nothing was paid. And that is that PEC that started with the program, and the decision we took was informed by the challenges that we had in the sector. That the school did not receive LTSM, learners were not receiving feeding scheme in schools. There were learners who were not going to schools because of non-availability of transport. Temporary teachers were not appointed as Treasury opens the function when they deem fit to do so. And when temporary teachers are not appointed in the system, they will not get salaries at the end of the month. By then, we had teachers who were 6 months without getting a salary, but were still expected to work. I referred to the officials who act without being appointed. We also had a problem that we are still having of schools not having enough support staff despite them appearing in the staff establishment. Non-payment of PMDS and QMS. The employer's tendency of reneging from agreements that we still have amongst others, a lot of teachers who are still not converted and on contract yearly when the collective agreement clearly stipulates even the time frame. The time frame in terms of the collective agreement, comrades, is that after 3 months, when you are in a vacant substantive post, you must be converted. But our teachers, some of them will even be taken out of posts because they will not be appointed. SADTU remained committed to mobilize educators as agents of change, ensuring that education remains a tool for liberation, empowerment, and nation building. During these difficult times, when we were on picket lines, when SADTU was on work to rule, bezisebenza itishala without norms and standards. Baruta bana bane ba bereka, making means that learners should be taught even though they did not have LTSMs. Onder die omstandighede, die onderwijzers het gewerk en werk toegegaan om kenners gaan leer sonder om salaries te kry. And the question is, with these difficulties that we are facing, because at least this time, we did not disrupt schools. Teachers were working. Amidst all these challenges, learners were taught. Why? Because we recognize that our work is inseparable from the broader political struggle for democracy, equality, and social justice. We don't participate in anything that seeks to disadvantage a black child. We stand up when a black child is robbed of his or her fundamental right. It's not an attack on the officials like we indicated. It's not declaring those in positions of power to seem useless. It's us wanting to assist the system. It's us defending the children's right. It's us wanting to allow, to be allowed to do work. I want to speak to it, comrades. Because when we went on this work to rule, we were told that we are declaring those in power useless. That's why the president asked the questions that he asked. When we agreed that these challenges needed an action to deal with the issues of labor injustice, when we went on action, comrades within the organization were used by those in power to make sure that the strike, the work to rule is cancelled. Not even uplifted, but cancelled. We are standing here today. Some of the challenges that we presented there, we never achieved. Who are we serving? But we can also, comrades, come to yourselves and report that there were achievements that we were able to achieve through our engagements. And like we indicated, we applaud the Northern Cape government led by the ANC, that when we speak and raise issues, they listened. We were able, or the department was able, through our intervention as SADTU, and it's something that they don't say, that they got extra or additional 44 million through our intervention, because we were working even in December to make sure that when the schools open, there must be a Section 21. That extra allocation, comrades, was given when we had a meeting with Treasury and the Premier. We assisted the department, but even in doing that, they still see us doing wrong when we go on the streets and defend education. But disturbingly is that our own members as well, comrades, they attack the leadership when we are taking a decision to defend education. But it's also disturbing that even leaders that we should be looking up to are attacking us when we have to take our stances. I was looking recently. Nehau is going to strike every week. It's quiet. But let's start to go on strike. It's an issue. I had the advantage of leading with all secretaries of SADTU, from Comrade Mabilo, Comrade DGS Dolopi, Comrade Mayongo, and Comrade Fikile. I led with them. And during their tenure of leadership, comrades, there were actions taken, and they were never attacked. We are not sure as this PEC that are we attacked because the provincial secretary is a woman. We were able, through our engagements, achieve that the Section 21 must be paid. Learner transport was paid, learners went to school. There were appointments of temporary teachers and salaries were paid. QMS was paid, PMDS money was paid. But because of the moratorium of filling of posts that is placed in the education sector, comrades, this issue of temporary teachers not appointed is still continuing. We are standing here today, we are gathered here today, we still have teachers who did not receive their salaries since April when the schools opened. There are outstanding matters, comrades, that needs collective leadership to be resolved, because if that is not done, members on the grounds are the ones that are suffering. On pillar number 1, membership service on the labor report, I'm trying to summarize, comrades. These reports will provide a comprehensive update on the developments within the Public Service Bargaining Coordinating Council, which is the PSCBC, the ELRC, and related labor structure over the period under review. What we must also indicate, comrades, is that a year into office, post our provincial conference of 2022 as the leadership collective, we could painfully observe that workers in South Africa, including those that are in education sector, have faced severe impact of economic stability. While certain microeconomic indicators like inflation showed signs of easing in 2025, the daily reality of the workers has been defined by a high cost of crisis and high unemployment rate. We've highlighted on transport costs that remained a massive burden. Low-income workers currently spending over 57% of the total earnings on just transport and electricity. And despite headlines inflation dropping to an average of 3.2 in 2025, food prices stiffness remains. We also highlighting on the two-pot system that workers have to take because of the financial challenges that they're having as they don't have buying power. On the post-provisioning, comrades, we want to report to conference that since our tenure in office, we have been having a problem of adopting the post-provisioning on time. And the simple reason for SADTU to refuse or to reject what is being implemented is because every year the budget that is presented for post-provisioning does not cover all teachers in the post basket. Every year there's either 632 teachers that are not covered by the budget, 938 teachers that are not covered by the budget. And our reason to refuse, comrade, is that even though there's a surety and assurance from the employer that no teacher will be retrenched, how they are doing that, it's something that is affecting our members. Because in January, in February, after we would have adopted the PPN, teachers are not getting paid. Additional teachers are not appointed. So it affects our system. And for the period under review, we have been having a problem of adopting the PPN. Whereas last year, when 932 teachers were not covered by the budget as presented in the ELRC. So comrades must understand that when you don't receive a staff establishment on time, we are still fighting for you that when you get the staff establishment, the teachers in your staff establishment must be appointed. We raised an issue of support staff that is in the staff establishment, but when you go to schools, there are no general workers. Whilst we understand, comrades, that there are austerity measures and there are budget cuts, but we still believe that there must be prioritization in the Department of Education. I was saying to the MEC at some point that it is difficult to tell the teachers that you can't pay salaries, you can't pay acting allowance, but you are able to have other programs that are funded that there is money. A teacher in the classroom will not understand that. So the departments need to prioritize, because there are activities in departments that are gaining priority over and above and assets of education, which is a teacher that must be in class. Comrades, I'm not going to deal with the issues of the grade R. I think it was touched by the previous speakers, which is a challenge. But at least we were able to have a 3-year contract in 2023, 2024, 2025. And we pleaded with our grade R practitioners that in the time that they have been contracted, comrades must try and improve or get qualifications. Yes, we understand that the stipend that they are receiving is so little that they are even unable to register. But recently we have signed a collective agreement to improve qualifications, and those ones that are qualifying comrades, let us please motivate them, because after the period of the collective agreement as stipulated, no one who is unqualified will be accepted in the system, and we need the grade Rs. We're referring to vetting, that there were challenges in terms of vetting, comrades, and it included a lot of issues that it is in the report as we want to summarize. And as we are speaking here today, some of the teachers are still owed money that was supposed to be reimbursed to them. The vetting process could not proceed as planned, and the ELR decision, which was to firstly run with advocacy as advanced by the union SADTU, the failure on the part of the employer generated unnecessary unease amongst education workers and subsequently delayed the process itself. Furthermore, the union initially secured an agreement that upon completion of this process, reimbursement of costs associated with the clearance follows will be paid to individual workers. Much as vetting is a legally binding process for all educators, it faces challenges, and these challenges include, comrade, on page 43 of your document, the delays in receiving clearance results, resources and capacity constraints, insufficient, poor record keeping, and follow-ups. So as a result of these challenges, the legislation is not easy to implement. On salary negotiations, comrades, we're referring you to the previous salary negotiations where we had a mandate of the province. We consolidated the NEC and had the mandate of SADTU in the SADTU nationally. But as you would know that we will go to PSCBC and have the mandate of the federation, the mandate of labor, my apologies, the mandate of labor. And in page 44, if not 45 in your document, those were the demands that we initially tabled in the salary negotiations. Some of them, comrades, We know there are resolutions that are signed, and when you go down the report, there were those demands that were referred or deferred to task teams. And when you look at them, most of them have not been completed, but there are reports that must be presented to the broad labor caucus on all those issues of death grant, childcare, breastfeeding, danger allowance, and bursary scheme, and so forth. On the issue of GEMS, comrade, without repeating maybe what the GS of SADTU have said, we know that GEMS is a thorny issue when it comes to our members. And each cycle of negotiations, members demand continuously that the structure of GEMS must be altered. The main reason behind these calls stems from costly effective deviation on the part of the scheme. In its current form, GEMS is unaffordable. Henceforth, the demand of its review and competition amongst members in the province will forever be something that they raise. We referred to the action that we had to take given the challenges in GEMS. But if we go through the report, comrades, we have done some research, and maybe as you will be deliberating on this matter in the commissions, please go through the research so that you take an informed decision because data does not lie. We have reported on the norms on standard to schools. We have reported on conversions, comrades, that the department is not converting as per the collective agreement. And at some point in the PEC special PEC held on the 17th of November 2025, the PEC then took a decision that given the number of teachers that are not converted, we are going to declare a dispute through the ELRC on non-conversions. And that process did unfold, and at least we can report that during that time, many of our teachers were converted. But like we reported, comrades, that it's a seasonal thing. They are converted. After conversions, there's another 6 months that teachers are not converted. Comrades, we are reporting also on early retirement. As we speak now, I'm told that more than 20 officials in head office have taken early retirement. But 64 teachers in the Northern Cape were approved in the first phase of early retirement. We are presenting to you, comrades, and we want to believe these reports you received through your structural meetings, that this phase was opened, the first one, and closed, and we are now in the second phase of early retirement. However, comrades, we want to indicate that with this early retirement, there are exclusions that comrades must look at before they applying, and not call the office of SADTU and say they don't allow me to get early retirement, because that function is not with the organization. Those scarce skills in the system, they will not allow you to take early retirement.
Amanda!
Thank you very much, comrades. The election team is here, so we are going to accord them an opportunity to present the report. And then we will take it from there. President, over to you.
Thank you
very much, Chair. Indeed, we are done with counting the votes, and as per the Constitution, we are compelled to come and declare the outcome. I'm not going to waste time, but before I declare the outcome, I want to ask one of